Section 26 of Great Men and Famous Women, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynne Thompson. Great Men and Famous Women, Volume 1, by Charles F. Horne. Section 26. Bertrand du Guesclin, 1314 to 1380. Bertrand du Guesclin, Constable of France, the most famous French warrior of his age, was born in an ancient but undistinguished family at the castle of La Motte Brune, near Rennes, about 1314. The date is doubtful, the authorities varying between 1311 and 1324. The name is spelt in various ways in contemporary records, for example, Claquin, Clescin, Guescin, Gleaquin, etc. The familiar form is found on his monument at Saint-Denis and in some legal documents of the time. In his boyhood, Bertrand was a dull learner, spending his time in open-air sports and exercises, and could never read or write. He was remarkable for ugliness, and was an object of aversion to his parents. He first made himself a name as a soldier at the tournament held at Rennes in 1338 to celebrate the marriage of Charles of Blois with Jeanne de Penthièvre, at which he unseated the most famous competitors. But this playing at fighting was not enough for his ambition, and in the war which followed between Charles of Blois and John de Montfort for the possession of the Duchy of Brittany, he served his apprenticeship as a soldier. As he was not a great baron with a body of vassals at his command, he put himself at the head of a band of adventurers, and fought on the side of Charles and of France. He distinguished himself by a brilliant action at the siege of Vannes in 1342, and after that he disappears from history for some years. In 1351, having shortly before been made a knight, he was sent into England with the lords of Brittany to treat for the ransom of Charles of Blois, who had been defeated and captured by the English in 1347. When Rennes was besieged by the Duke of Lancaster in 1356, Du Guesclin forced his way with a handful of men into the town and successfully defended it till June 1357, when the siege was raised in pursuance of the Truce of Bordeaux. For this service he was rewarded with the lordship of Roche-Derrien. At the expiration of the truce he distinguished himself by the defence of Dinan, and here he engaged in single combat with Sir Thomas Canterbury. Shortly afterward he married, and about the same time he passed into the service of France, and greatly distinguished himself at the siege of Melun, 1359. In April 1364, in conjunction with Boucicault, he recovered Mantes and Moulins from the King of Navarre, and in May he defeated the Navarrese under Captal de Buch at Cocherel, and took their leader prisoner. The king now created him Marshal of Normandy and Count of Longueville. At the Battle of Auray, in September of the same year, Charles of Blois was defeated and killed, and Du Guesclin taken prisoner by Sir John Chandos. The great companies beginning, after the close of the war, to play the part of brigands in France, it was necessary to get rid of them. Du Guesclin was ransomed for 100,000 crowns, and was charged to lead them out of France. He marched with them into Spain, visiting Avignon on the way, and extorting from the Pope a large sum of money and his absolution. Du Guesclin now supported Henry of Trastamare against Peter the Cruel, set the former upon the throne of Castile, 1366, and was made Constable of Castile and Count of Trastamare. In the following year he was defeated and captured by the Black Prince, ally of Peter the Cruel, at Najara, but was soon released for a heavy ransom. Once more he fought for Henry, reinstated him on the throne, 1369, and was created Duke of Molinas. In May 1370, at the command of Charles V, who named him Constable of France, he returned to France. War had just been declared against England, and Du Guesclin was called to take part in it. For nearly 10 years he was engaged in fighting against the English in the south and the west of France, recovering from them the provinces of Poitou, Guienne, and Auvergne, and thus powerfully contributing to the establishment of a united France. In 1373, when the Duke of Brittany sought English aid against a threatened invasion by Charles V, Du Guesclin was sent at the head of a powerful army to seize the duchy, which he did; and 2 years later he frustrated by a defensive policy the attempt of the Duke with an English army to recover it. Finding in 1379 that the king entertained suspicions of his fidelity to him, he resolved to give up his constable's sword and retire to Spain. His resolution was at first proof against remonstrance, but ultimately he received back the sword and continued in the service of France. In 1380 he was sent to Languedoc to suppress disturbances and brigandage provoked by the harsh government of the Duke of Anjou. His first act was to lay siege to the fortress of Châteauneuf-Rendu, held by the English, strongly garrisoned and well provisioned. A day was fixed conditionally for capitulation. Meanwhile the great warrior was smitten with a mortal illness and died July 13, 1380. The commander led out the garrison and deposited the keys of the castle on the coffin of the hero. Du Guesclin lost his first wife in 1371 and married a second in 1373. His remains were interred by order of the king in the church of Saint Denis. End of section 26.
Section 27 of Great Men and Famous Women, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Michele Eaton. Great Men and Famous Women, Volume 1, by Charles F. Horne. Section 27. Henry V of England. Extracts from Memoirs of Great Commanders by G.P.R. James, 1388 to 1422. Henry, the fifth English monarch of that name, was born at Monmouth, on the banks of the pleasant Wye, in the year 1388. He was the eldest son of Henry, Earl of Derby, and of Mary de Bohun, daughter of the Earl of Hereford. During his infancy, reverses and successes passed rapidly over his father's head, and at the age of 13 years he found himself the eldest son of the King of England, and was created by his father Prince of Wales, Duke of Cornwall, and Earl of Chester. The early education of Henry V is unknown, but it may be inferred that during the life of his mother, principles of high honour and virtue had been instilled into his bosom, which became dormant though not extinct, as rising towards manhood, evil companions took advantage of idleness and indulgence to call into action the passions of the young prince, in order to lead him to their own purposes. The tales of his debauchery and the depravity of his taste while a youth have been doubted and contradicted, but not disproved by modern historians. But the positive assertions of older writers, whose means of information was great and immediate, must always be more valuable than the theoretical doubts of persons who live when 1,000 sources of knowledge have been buried under the lumber of ages. It is therefore more than probable that in his youth Henry V gave himself up to low companions, unworthy a prince and a gentleman, and yielded to his passions indulgences which were forbidden by his reason. Nevertheless, through the whole course of his youthful errors, as portrayed by those least favourable in their account, there is to be seen the gleaming forth of those better principles, that nobler soul which rendered him in after years one of the greatest and best of English monarchs. Out of the multitude of events which might be brought forward to prove this fact, one of the best authenticated and the most striking is his submission to Chief Justice Gascoigne. Henry, it would appear, had entered the Court of Justice in support of one of his dissolute companions, who had rendered himself amenable to the laws of his country, Notwithstanding the presence and influence of the prince, the magistrate did his duty toward the offender, without fear or favour, and in the heat of the moment Henry struck the judge upon the judgment seat. Still unmoved and unruffled, the Chief Justice, without a hesitation on the score of the prince's rank or power, at once committed him for contempt of court. Time had been given for the better spirit to assume her influence, and struck with the conscientious courage of the judge, the heir apparent of the British throne submitted to the punishment he had merited, and suffered himself without opposition to be led to prison, thus setting a noble example of obedience to the laws. His father was of a mind well qualified to appreciate the conduct both of his son and his son's judge, and when the news was brought him, probably by those who sought to inflame the monarch's mind against the punisher of his son, he exclaimed with joy, "Blessed is the king whose magistrates possess courage to execute the laws upon such an offender, and still more happy is he who has for a son a prince willing to endure such wholesome chastisement." Although from all accounts it would appear that many parts of the prince's conduct gave great pain and offence to his father, yet we find that Henry IV never scrupled to entrust to his care some of the greatest and most important military operations of his reign. Whether the prince had already displayed the qualities of a soldier in a degree sufficient to attract the notice of his father, or whether the king sought only to habituate him early to that inevitable career of arms, which was in those days one of the misfortunes of royalty, we are not informed. But so early as his 16th or 17th year he fought at the Battle of Shrewsbury, in which Henry Hotspur was slain. What was the part assigned to the prince on this occasion I do not find stated precisely, but all accounts agree that he proved of infinite assistance and service to his father, and fought long in the thickest of the battle, after having been severely wounded by an arrow in the face. The death of Percy spread dismay amongst the soldiers and allies. Spread dismay among his soldiers and allies, and after a fight of nearly 4 hours, the party of Northumberland fled, leaving the king master of the field of battle and a number of noble prisoners. Many of these were executed either at Shrewsbury or London, and the Earl of Northumberland, the chief support of the rebellion, made his peace for the time to mediate his rebellions. Owen Glendower, however, one of the confederates, was still in arms in Wales, and while Henry IV returned in triumph to London, he dispatched his eldest son, at the head of considerable forces, to reduce the principality to obedience. The unhappy Glendower, unable to oppose the army led against him, was forced to fly, and abandoned by his friends and followers, is said to have died of starvation among the caves and wildernesses in which he sought refuge. In the meanwhile the Prince of Wales conducted his expedition with skill and wisdom. The whole country submitted to his power, and having re-established order and tranquillity, he returned to London with honour and praise. Little further occurs in the history of Henry as Prince of Wales, which is interesting in itself, if stripped of the embellishments added to it by the fancy of our great poet. A project of marriage between the heir of the British crown and a daughter of the Duke of Burgundy was entertained for some time, but died away, and the opposite, or Orleans party in France, was afterwards supported by the English crown. At length Henry IV, on the eve of an expedition to the Holy Land, undertaken, it is said, in expiation of his usurpation of the throne, was struck with apoplexy, and a tale in regard to his death is current among the historians of the period, on which Shakespeare has founded one of the most beautiful scenes in his historical dramas. The poet, however, is far more indebted for the splendour of his materials to his own imaginations than any historical record. The facts as related by the best authorities are simply as follows. After the first attack of apoplexy, the king was carried to a chamber in the house of the Abbot of Westminster and put to bed, and at his own desire the crown was laid upon his pillow. He languished in a state of great weakness for some time, and at length, after a second attack, appeared to those who were watching him to have yielded the spirit. The chamberlain immediately spread a linen cloth over the face of the king, and hastened to communicate his supposed death to the heir apparent, who, entering the room to take a last look at his father's body, removed the crown from his pillow and carried it to another apartment. After a short time the monarch revived, and sending for his son demanded angrily why he had removed the crown. The prince replied that all men had thought him dead, and therefore he had taken the symbol of royalty as his by right. "What right I have to it myself, God knows," replied the king, "and how I have enjoyed it." "Of that," replied the prince, "it is not for me to judge; but if you die king, my father, I will have the garland, and will defend it with my sword against all enemies, as you have done." Not long after this conversation Henry IV. expired, and his son, the Prince of Wales, was immediately proclaimed king by the title of Henry V. But his change was not alone in name or station. His vices and his follies he cast from him as an unworthy garment, and assumed with royalty a royal mind. The debauched companions of his youth were banished from his presence and his councils, and forbidden to approach within 10 miles of his dwelling. But at the same time we are assured that they were not left in indigence or necessity. Wisdom and virtue became the only recommendations which raised any one to his service, and those who had proved themselves most worthy under the government of the former monarch found themselves most readily welcomed by the new king. No sooner was the truce at an end which then existed between France and England, than Henry himself proceeded to Southampton to take the command of his army in person. The English armament put to sea, and notwithstanding great preparations which had been made for defending the French coast, Henry landed his troops in safety at the mouth of the Seine, and immediately laid siege to Harfleur, at that time the principal seaport of Normandy. The Dauphin himself advanced to Vernon on the Seine, and the famous Marshal Boucicault, one of the most celebrated knights of his time, gathered together a large force and advanced towards the English army. Nevertheless, Henry did not suffer his courage to fail, and the siege was continued with unabated vigour. At length the means of defence began to fail within the town. 2 waggons of powder which the French attempted to introduce fell into the hands of the English. The walls were ruined by the effects of the artillery, and at length the governor agreed to surrender if he remained unrelieved at the end of 3 days. The 3 days expired without succour, and Harfleur was surrendered to the King of England. Here follows a long and glowing account of Henry's retreat in the face of the overwhelming French forces, and of his greatest victory, the famous battle of Agincourt. Shortly after his return to England, Henry was visited by Sigismund, Emperor of Germany, accompanied by French ambassadors commissioned to treat for peace under his mediation. But while Henry continued to exact severe terms, the French gave him constant excuses for proceeding in the war, by their efforts to recover Harfleur, which, however, were constantly defeated by the activity of the English monarch and his officers. To conquer the former patrimony of the British kings seemed the monarch's first object, and in a very short time he made himself master of almost all the principal cities of the duchy. Caen, indeed, resisted with devoted courage, and after a severe siege was taken by assault. But the governors of the other fortified places in Normandy, divided between the Armagnac and Burgundian parties, had no confidence in their soldiers or each other, and one after another submitted to the power of the conqueror. Nor indeed did Henry spare any means to obtain his purpose in such a bloodless manner. All his proclamations announced that those who submitted should be safe in person and property, and his address to all the French people holds out to them that prospect of peace and protection which had long been unknown amongst the dissensions of their nobles. The first person of great influence, however, who joined the forces of the English king was the Duke of Brittany, and though Henry exacted no very great exertions from his new ally, the example of such a defection from the crown of France was greatly in behalf of the invader. Rouen, the capital of Normandy, however, still resolutely closed her gates against the English. The attack and capture of the Pont de l'Arche announced to the people of Rouen and to the King of France that the war was about to approach the gates of the Norman capital, and every exertion was made, both by the Burgundian faction, who now held the king in their hands, and the burghers of the city itself, to repel the English in the attempt. A number of famous knights and commanders were thrown into the city, which was, besides, garrisoned by upward of 4,000 men-at-arms, and 15,000 armed citizens, all eager in the cause. Immense efforts were now made by the English to force an entrance, but the defences of the place were so strong, and the defenders so resolute, that no hope appeared of effecting a practicable breach in the walls. Many a sally took place, and many an assault, and many a feat of arms were performed between the two armies. But in the meanwhile the provisions of the people of the town began to decrease, and a smaller and smaller portion of food became the allowance of each day. At length the inhabitants, by murmurs and threats, compelled the garrison to treat, and after a long and painful negotiation Rouen capitulated upon terms which could hardly be called unfavourable in the situation to which its defenders were reduced. The news of the fall of Rouen had the greatest effect on the rest of Normandy, and 27 towns or castles immediately made submission to the King of England, without even being summoned to surrender. Nor was this immediate benefit the only advantage which followed from the capture of Rouen. Dismay and doubt spread through all France, and thoughts of peace and concession were entertained by those who had hitherto breathed nothing but war and defiance to the King of England. Pontoise was almost immediately taken by surprise. Gisors and Château Galliard fell after a short siege, and the terrific news of the advance of the English reached Paris, and induced the king, the queen, and the Duke of Burgundy to abandon the capital and retire to Troyes. Henry's ambassadors, according to the desire of the French court, were instantly sent to Troyes, where the weak king remained under the guidance of his evil wife and her counsellors, and they soon sketched out a treaty by which, on marrying the Princess Catherine, the English monarch should be declared heir to the crown of France, to the exclusion of the Dauphin and his lineage. This hasty treaty was as hastily ratified, and Henry, with 15,000 men, departed from Rouen, and marched with all speed to Troyes, put the seal to an arrangement which conveyed to him the throne for which he had fought, by marrying the daughter of the French monarch. To the first articles proposed was now added, at the request of Henry, that the regency of the kingdom, to the government of which Charles was totally incompetent, should be entrusted to him, and no sooner was the solemnity of his marriage completed than he instantly took the field against the Dauphin, leading the unhappy King of France and his whole court against the natural heir to his throne. The town of Sens first fell before the arms of England and Burgundy, and immediately after siege was laid to Montereau, where the assassination of John the Bold had been committed. Henry also now took upon him the whole executive power of the government. The governors of towns, the officers of state, the magistrates and the dignitaries were placed and displaced at his pleasure. The currency of the country was altered at his suggestion, and his counsels swayed everything in France. However, England was still at his heart, and leaving a country that his sword and his policy had conquered, as soon as he could do so with any security, he carried his beautiful bride to be crowned in London. The moment, however, that his foot was out of France, his interest in that country declined, and the rashness of his officers brought confusion and ruin into his affairs. Town after town was taken by the Dauphin, and at length the Duke of Clarence, the English monarch's brother, with all the chivalry that accompanied him, were defeated at Bourges in Anjou, and the Duke himself, as well as 3,000 of his men, remained dead upon the field. This news, accompanied by the further tidings that the Dauphin was advancing to besiege Chartres, called upon the king imperatively to return to France, and leaving the queen to follow at a future time. Henry set out for Calais, accompanied by 4,000 men-at-arms and 24,000 archers. His coming gave new courage to the Burgundian faction, and struck fear into the followers of the Dauphin. Scarcely pausing at all in the capital, the English monarch advanced direct towards Chartres, before which the Dauphin had already been encamped 3 weeks. But long ere the English reached the town the gates were free, and the adverse army with all speed retreated towards Touraine. Thither the English monarch followed, breathing revenge for the death of his brother. Dreux and Beaugency-sur-Loire were conquered by the way, but after pursuing the Dauphin ineffectually for some time, the scarcity of provisions obliged him to return towards Normandy. On his march back, he is said to have fallen in with a party of the Armagnac faction, who retreated before him into a castle called Rougemont, which was instantly assailed and taken by the English. All who were within, the French historians assert, to the number of 60 persons, were by the king's order drowned in the Loire, a fact which accords too well with the manners of the time and some parts of the monarch's own character. The town of Meaux was the next object of attack, and a long and courageous defence was made by the Dauphinois within. The fall of Meaux, like that of Rouen, brought with it the surrender of an immense number of other places, but this was the last great military undertaking which Henry conducted in person. From Meaux he went direct to Vincennes to meet his queen, who was at this time on her journey from Calais, and thence proceeded with the King and Queen of France to Paris, where various transactions took place relative to the internal policy of the country. The court soon removed thence to Senlis, where Henry continued to make his principal abode, till news from the banks of the Loire roused him from inactivity. The Dauphin, now finding the English monarch removed from his immediate neighbourhood, again advanced with all the forces he could gather, and laid siege to Cons-sur-Loire, then garrisoned by the troops of Burgundy. The town, hard pressed, was obliged to treat, and agreed to surrender without the Duke of Burgundy should give battle to the Dauphin in its defence, before the 16th day of August ensuing. The tidings were communicated to the Duke by the garrison, and at the same time a herald from the Dauphin defied him to the field the day named. The Duke instantly accepted the challenge, and sent to all his allies, as customary on such occasions, begging their aid and support in the day of battle. Among the rest he demanded the assistance of forces from the King of England, to be led by such of his famous leaders as he could well spare. Henry, however, though already unwell, declared that he would send no one to the aid of his good cousin of Burgundy, but go himself, and accordingly commanding his brother, the Duke of Bedford, to lead his troops from Paris and that neighbourhood, he himself set out from Senlis on horseback. At Melun, however, his sickness had so far increased, that no longer able to sit on his horse, he attempted to proceed on a litter, but at length was obliged to turn towards Vincennes, where each day brought him nearer to the tomb. The Duke of Bedford led the English forces to Cone, from which the Dauphin had already retreated, and the English prince returned just in time to witness the death of his brother. Henry already felt his danger, and calling his relations around him, made those dispositions which he thought necessary for securing his dominions to his child. He then insisted upon his physicians informing him how long he had to live, and being told that his life could not last much more than 2 hours, he prepared to meet death with the same courage which he had evinced during life. After going through all the ceremonial duties of the Catholic religion, he commanded some particular psalms to be sung in his chamber, and died very nearly the time his physicians had predicted. Henry V. was a great conqueror, and a wise, prudent, and politic prince. His two greatest faults seem to have been ambition and cruelty. The first was an inheritance, and the second, perhaps, was less an effect of a harsh nature than of hasty passion. We seldom find that he committed any deliberate act of barbarity, and those things which most stain his name were generally done under feelings of great irritation. His conduct to the Earl of March, the heir of Richard II., and the respect he paid to the memory of that unhappy king himself, are proofs of a generous nature, and of all his conquests, the greatest he ever achieved was the first, that over himself. End of section 27.
Section 28 of Great Men and Famous Women, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by MaryAnn Spiegel. Great Men and Famous Women, Volume 1, by Charles F. Horne. John Huniades, by Professor A. Vanbrugh, 1388 to 1456. Of his grandfather we do not know even the name. His father was a Wallach, a common soldier, yet he himself was the greatest of Hungarian heroes, the Grand Marshal, and later on the Governor, or the Regent of Hungary, and his son king of that country. At the present day, in the age of democracy, such rapid elevation is no such rare phenomenon. But in the aristocratic Middle Ages it was really a miracle, one that points to exceptional circumstances and an exceptional man. In Europe at that time the circumstances were indeed exceptional. A new power pulsating with youthful life had arrived from somewhere in the interior of Asia, with the intention of conquering the world. This power was the Turk, not merely a single nation, but a whole group of people clustered round a nation, inspired by one single idea which urged them ever forward: there is no God but God, and Mohammed is the apostle of God. The Mohammedan flood already beat upon the bounds of Catholic Christendom, in the forefront of which stood Hungary. Hungary's king, Sigismund, was able for a moment in 1396 to unite the nations of Europe against the common danger, but the proud array of mail-clad knights were swept away like chaff before the steady ranks of the Janissaries. And herewith began the long series of desolating inroads into Hungary, for the Turk was wont to suck the blood of the nation he had marked down as his prey. He took the country by surprise, secretly, suddenly, like a summer storm, appearing in overwhelming numbers, burning, murdering, robbing, especially, men in hopes of rich ransom, or children whom they might bring up as Mohammedans and Janissaries. This body, the flower of the Turkish armies, owed its origin for the most part to the Christian children thus stolen from their parents and their country. This infantry of the Janissaries was the first standing army in Europe. Living constantly together under a common discipline, like the inmates of a cloister, they rushed blindly forward to the cry of God and his prophet, like some splendid, powerful wild beast eager for prey. The Turkish sultans published the proud order: "Forward, let us conquer the whole world, wheresoever we tie up our horses' heads till that land is our own." To resist such a nation, that would not listen to negotiation, but only thirsted for war and conquest, seemed already an impossibility. Europe trembled with fear at the reports of the formidable attacks designed against her, and listened anxiously for news from distant Hungary which lay, so to say, in the lion's mouth. Against such an enemy a soldier of the modern type was useless, one who slays only in defense of his own life and at the word of command, whose force consists in the high development of the military art and the murderous instruments of modern technical science. What was wanted was a heroic soul, inspired by a burning faith like to that which impelled the Mohammedan soldier. This heroic soul, this burning faith, united to the tenacious energy of youth, were all found united in the greatest Hungarian hero, John Huniades, accompanied withal by a singular talent for leadership in war. He could not rely for support upon the haughty magnates who could trace their descent back for centuries, and despised the parvenu with a shorter pedigree and a smaller estate. He was consequently obliged to cast in his lot with the mass of the lesser nobility, individually weaker, it is true, but not deficient in spirit and a consciousness of their own worth. Of this class he soon became the idolized leader. Around him gathered the hitherto latent forces of Hungarian society, especially from Transylvania and South Hungary and the great Hungarian plain, Alfold, which suffered most from the incursions of the Turks and were therefore most impressed with the necessity of organizing a system of defense. It was these who were the first to be inspired by Huniades' heroic spirit. Before commencing his career as independent commander, he, following his father's example, attached himself to the court of Sigismund, the Emperor-King, in whose train he visited the countries of Western Europe, Germany, England, and Italy, till he at length returned home, his mind enriched by experience, but with the fervor of his first faith unchilled. He had thus passed the flower of his age when, nearly 60 years old, he repaired at his sovereign's command to the south of Hungary to organize the resistance to the Turks. At first he was appointed Ban of the Severin, and as such he had the chief command of the fortified places built by the Hungarians for the defense of the lower Danube. After that he became Voivoda of Transylvania, the civil and military governor of the southeastern corner of the Hungarian kingdom. Before, however, he had reached these dignities, he had fought a succession of battles and skirmishes with such success that for the fanatical Turkish soldier his form, nay, his very name, was an object of terror. It was Huniades alone whom they sought to slay on the field of battle, well persuaded that he once slain, they would easily deal with the rest of Hungary. Thus, in 1442, a Turkish leader named Mezid Bey burst into Transylvania at the head of 80,000 men in pursuance of the Sultan's commands, with no other name than to take Huniades dead or alive. Nor indeed did Huniades keep them waiting for him. He hurried at the head of his troops to attack the Turkish leader who was laying siege to Hermannstadt. Upon this Mezid Bey, calling his bravest soldiers round him, described to them once more Huniades' appearance, his arms, his dress, his stature, and his horse, that they might certainly recognize him. "Slay him only," he exclaimed, "and we shall easily deal with the rest of them. We shall drive them like a flock of sheep into the presence of our august master." On that occasion was seen with what self-sacrificing enthusiasm his soldiers loved their heroic leader. When they learned from their spies the purpose of the Turks, they took all possible measures to secure his precious life. Simon Kemeny, who bore a striking resemblance to Huniades, determined to sacrifice himself for his leader. He announced that he would put on Huniades' clothes and armor. The Turks would then attack him under the belief that he was the celebrated chief, and while they were thus engaged, the real Huniades would fall upon them unexpectedly and put them to flight. At first Huniades would by no means consent to this plan, as he did not wish to expose Kemeny to such mortal danger, but at last seeing the great military advantages likely to accrue from it, he consented. And so indeed it fell out. As soon as the battle began, the Turks, perceiving Simon Kemeny in the garb of Huniades, directed all their force against him. Kemeny, after a stout defense, fell together with a great number of his followers, and the Turks, seeing him fall, set up a general cry of triumph and exultation. Just at this critical moment they were hotly attacked in the flank by the genuine Huniades. Thus attacked in the very moment when they imagined that they had already gained the day, the Turks were thrown into confusion and took wildly to flight. 20,000 corpses were left on the battlefield. Among them were Mezid Bey himself, together with his sons. Fearful was the rage of the Turkish Sultan when he heard of the defeat and death of Mezid Bey, and he at once dispatched another army against Huniades, which like the first numbered 80,000 men. This time, however, Huniades did not let them enter Transylvania, but waited for them at the pass known as the Iron Gate, among the high mountains on the southern border of Hungary. The Hungarian army was not more than 15,000 men, so the Turks were at least 5 times as strong. But the military genius of Huniades made up for the small number of his followers. He posted them in a strong position in the rough pass, and attacked the enemy in places where it was impossible for him to make use of his strength. Thus more than half the Turkish army perished miserably in the battle. Again their commander-in-chief fell on the ground together with 6 subordinate commanders, while 200 horsetail standards fell into Huniades' hands as trophies of his victory. These 2 splendid victories filled all Europe with joy and admiration. Christendom again breathed freely, for she felt that a champion, sent by a special providence, had appeared, who had both the courage and the ability to meet and to repel the haughty and formidable foe. But Huniades was not content with doing so much. He thought that by this time he might carry the war into the enemy's country. The plan of operations was exceptionally daring, yet Huniades had not resolved on it without careful consideration. In the meantime, through Huniades' exertions, Vladislaus, the young king of Poland, had been elected king of Hungary. Huniades gained the new king over to his plans, and by this means secured the cooperation of the higher aristocracy and armed bands which they were bound to lead into the field at the king's summons. Huniades counted besides on the assistance of Europe, in the first place on the popes, who were zealous advocates of the war against the Mohammedans, next on Venice, which as the first commercial city and state at that time had suffered severe losses owing to the spread of Turkish dominions, on the gallant Poles, whose king now wore the Hungarian crown, and lastly upon the peoples of Christendom in general, whose enthusiasm for a war against the infidels had been quickened by the report of Huniades' victories. And indeed, at his request, the Pope sent some small sums of money, the Poles furnished an auxiliary force, while numerous volunteers from the rest of Europe flocked to serve under his banner. Although the assistance thus furnished was comparatively unimportant, it nevertheless served to increase his zeal for the daring undertaking. He and his heroic companions were not only proud of defending their own native country, but felt that they were the champions of all Christendom against Ottoman aggression, and their religious enthusiasm kept pace with their patriotism. If they did not get regiments sent to their aid, they felt that all the eyes of Europe were upon them, ready to grieve at their possible ill success, while their victories would be celebrated by Te Deums in the cathedrals of every capital in Europe. The aggressive campaign was commenced without delay. Huniades' resolves were at once translated into fact. He would not allow the beaten foe time to recover breath. His plan was to cross the Danube and penetrate through the passes of the Balkan to Philippopolis, at that time the capital of the Sultan's dominions, where he kept the main body of his army. About Christmas, a season in which the Turk does not like to fight, amid heavy snow and severe cold, the Hungarian army of about 30,000 men pressed forward. Huniades marched in advance with the vanguard of 12,000 picked men, after him the king and the Pope's legate, with the rest of the army. The Sultan, however, with a large body of men, had occupied the passes of the Balkans and prevented their further advance. This impediment, coupled with the cold and severe weather, depressed the spirits of the troops, worn out with fatigue. Huniades, however, raised their spirits by gaining a victory. Lighting one night upon a body of the enemy, 20,000 in number, he attacked them at once, and after a few hours' struggle succeeded in dispersing them. Later on he took 2 large towns with their citadels, and in 3 engagements triumphed over 3 separate divisions of the enemy. Learning that a still larger body of Turks was attempting to cut off his communications with the king's army, he attacked that also and put it to flight. After that he joined his corps with the main army under the king, and indeed none too soon. Sultan Murad suddenly arrived with the main body of his forces, which he strongly entrenched in the narrowest passes of the Balkans. Huniades saw that these entrenchments could not be forced, and did all he could to entice his enemy down into the plain. This he succeeded in doing. In the battle that ensued, the king too played a conspicuous part and received a wound. In the end, however, the Hungarians gained the victory, and the younger brother of the Grand Vizier was taken prisoner. So much success was sufficient for Huniades for the time, especially as the natural obstacles had proved insurmountable. The Hungarian army returned home in good order, and the young king made a triumphal entry into his capital, preceded by a crowd of Turkish prisoners and captured Turkish ensigns. These last trophies of victory were deposited in the Coronation Church in the fortress of Buda. And now something happened which had hitherto been deemed incredible. The Sultan sued for peace, a true believer and a sovereign, from an unbelieving Gaur. The peace was concluded, and Hungary again became possessed of those dependent southern Slavonic provinces which lay between the territories of the Sultan and the Kingdom of Hungary in the narrower sense of the word. In 3 short years Huniades had undone the work of years on the part of the Turks. The Sultan, however, soon repented of what he had done, and continually delayed the fulfillment of his promise to evacuate certain frontier fortresses. For this cause the young king, especially incited thereto by the Pope, determined to renew the war. Huniades at first opposed the king's resolution. He wished to wait. Later on he was gained over to the king's view, and took up the matter with his whole soul. The opportunity was inviting, for the Sultan with his main army was engaged somewhere in Asia, and the Venetians promised to prevent with their fleet his return to Europe across the narrow seas, in the neighborhood of Constantinople. The Hungarian army indeed set out, 1444, on its expedition, and continually expecting the arrival of the troops of their allies, the Emperor of Constantinople and the princes of Albania, penetrated ever farther and farther into the hostile territory. They were to be joined by their allies at the town of Varna on the shores of the Black Sea. When, however, the Hungarians had arrived at that town, they found no trace of their expected allies, but on the contrary learned with certainty that the Sultan had succeeded in eluding the vigilance of the Venetians, had brought his army in small boats over to Europe, and was now following fast on their track. Thus all hope of aid from allies was at an end. The brave general and his small Hungarian force had to rely on their own resources, separated as they were by some weeks' journey from their own country, while the enemy would be soon upon them in numbers 5 times their own. Yet even so, Huniades' faith and courage did not desert him. The proverb says, "If thy sword be short, lengthen it by a step forward." And Huniades boldly, but yet with the caution that behooved a careful general, took up his position before the Sultan's army. Both he and his Hungarians fought with dauntless courage, availing themselves of every advantage and beating back every assault. Already victory seemed to be assured. A few hours after the battle had begun both the Turkish wings had been broken, and even the Sultan and the brave Janissaries were thinking of flight, when the young king, the Pole Vladislaus, whom Huniades had adjured to God to remain in a place of safety until the combat should have been decided, was persuaded by his Polish suite to fling himself with the small band in immediate attendance upon him right in the centre of the Janissaries, so that he too might have a share in the victory and not leave it all to Huniades. The Janissaries wavered for a moment under this new and unexpected attack, but soon perceiving that they had to do with the King of Hungary, they closed round his band, which had penetrated far into their ranks. The king's horse was first hamstrung, and, as it fell, the king's head was severed from his body, stuck upon the point of a spear and exposed to the view of both armies. The Hungarians, shocked at the unexpected sight, wavered and, feeling themselves lost, began to fly. All the entreaties and exhortations of Huniades were in vain. Such was the confusion that he could neither be seen nor heard, and in a few minutes the whole Hungarian army was in confused flight. Huniades, left to himself, had, too, to seek safety in flight. Alone, deserted by all, he had to make his way from one place of concealment to another, till after some weeks' wandering he arrived in Hungary. The bad news had preceded him, and in consequence everything was in confusion. Again rose that difficult question: who should be the new king under such difficult circumstances? The Sultan's army had, however, suffered so much in the battle of Varna that for the time he left the Hungarians unmolested. The nation was disposed to choose for its king the child, Ladislaus, son of King Albert, the predecessor of Vladislaus. The child, however, was in the power of the neighboring prince, Frederick, the Archduke of Austria, who was not disposed to let him go out of his hands without a heavy ransom. Under these circumstances, the more powerful nobles in Hungary took advantage of the confusion to strengthen each his own position at the expense of the nation. At first the government of the country was entrusted to a number of captains, but this proved so evidently disastrous that the better sort of people succeeded in having them abolished, and Huniades established as sole governor. For all that, however, Huniades had a good deal of trouble with the chief aristocrats, Garay, Zilai, Ulaki, who, envying the parvenu his sudden promotion and despising his obscure origin, took up arms to resist his authority. Thus Huniades, instead of blunting the edge of his sword upon foreign foes, had to bridle the insubordination of his own countrymen. Luckily it did not take long to force the discontented to own the weight of his arm and his superiority as a military leader. Order being thus to some extent reestablished at home, Huniades was again able to turn his attention to the Turks. He felt that he had in fact gained the battle of Varna, which was only lost through the jealous humor of a youthful king, that it behooved him not to stop halfway, that it was his duty to continue offensive operations, but in so doing he had to rely upon his own proper forces. It is true that he was governor of the country, but for the purpose of offensive warfare beyond the frontier he could not gain the consent of the great nobles. Luckily, his private property had enormously increased by this time. The Hungarian constitution ordered the king to bestow the estates of such noblemen as died without male heirs or had been condemned for any offense on such noblemen as had approved themselves valiant defenders of the country. Nowhere could be found a more worthy recipient of such estates than Huniades, to whom the public treasury was besides a debtor on account of the sums he disbursed for the constant warfare he maintained against the Turks. Especially in the country of Hungary, a whole series of lordly estates, many of them belonging to the crown, had come into Huniades' hands, either as pledges for the repayment of the money he had paid his soldiers, or as his own private property. The yearly revenue arising from these vast estates was employed by Huniades not in personal expenditure, but in the defense of his country. He himself lived as simply as any one of his soldiers, and recognized no other use of money than as a weapon to be used for the defense of Christendom against Islam. In the early morn, while all his suite still slept, he passed hours in prayer before the altar in the dimly lighted church, imploring the help of the Almighty for the attainment of his sole object in life, the destruction of the Turkish power. At last, 1448, he set out against the Sultan with a picked army of 24,000 of his most trusty soldiers. This time it was on the frontier of Servia, on the so-called Field of Blackbirds, that Huniades encountered Sultan Murad, as before with an army of 150,000 men, more than 5 times the number of the Christians. Huniades at first withdrew himself into his entrenched camp, but in a few days he felt himself strong enough to engage with the enemy on the open field. The battle lasted without interruption for 2 days and a night. Huniades himself was several times in deadly peril. Once his horse was shot under him. He was to be found wherever assistance, support, encouragement were needed. At last, on the morning of the 3rd day, as the Turks who had received reinforcements were about to renew the attack, the voivoda of Wallachia passed over to the side of the Turks. The voivoda belonged to the Orthodox Eastern Church. He had joined Huniades on the way, and his desertion transferred 6,000 men from one side to the other, and decided the battle in favor of the Turks. The Hungarians, worn out by fatigue, fell into a discouragement, while Huniades had no fresh troops to bring up to their support. The battle came to a sudden end. 16,000 Hungarian corpses strewed the field, but the loss of the Turks was more than 30,000 men. Huniades, again left to himself, had again to make his escape. At first he only dismissed his military suite. Afterwards he separated from his faithful servant in the hope that separately they might more easily baffle their pursuers. Next he had to turn his horse adrift, as the poor animal was incapable of continuing his journey. Thus he made his way alone and on foot toward the frontiers of his native land. After a while, looking down from the top of a piece of elevated ground, he perceived a large body of Turks from whom he had hid himself in the neighboring lake. He thus escaped this danger, but only to encounter another. At the turn of the road he came so suddenly upon a party of Turkish plunderers as to be unable to escape from them, and thus become their prisoner. But the Turks did not recognize him, and leaving him in the hands of 2 of their number, the rest went on in search of more prey. His 2 guards soon came to blows with one another about a heavy gold cross which they had found on the person of their captive, and while they were thus quarreling, Huniades suddenly wrenched his sword out of the hand of one of the 2 Turks and cut off his head, upon which the other took to flight, and Huniades was again free. In the meantime, however, George, the Prince of Servia, who took part with the aristocratic malcontents, and out of pure hatred to Huniades had, in spite of his being a Christian, gone over to the side of the Turks, had given strict orders that all Hungarian stragglers were to be apprehended and brought before him. In this way Huniades fell into the hands of some Servian peasants who delivered him to their prince. Nor did he regain his liberty without the payment of a heavy ransom, leaving his son, Ladislas, as hostage in his stead. He thus returned home amid 1,000 perils, and with the painful experience that Europe left him to his own resources to fight as best he could against the ever-advancing Turks. The dependencies of the Hungarian crown, Servia and Wallachia, on whose recovery he had spent so much blood and treasure, instead of supporting him as might be expected of Christian countries, threw themselves in a suicidal manner into the arms of the Turks. They hoped by their ready submission to find favor in the eyes of the irresistible conquerors, by whom, however, they were a little later on devoured. After these events Huniades continued to act as governor or regent of Hungary for 5 years more, by which time the young Ladislas, son of King Albert, attained his majority. In 1453 he finally laid down his dignity as governor, and gave over the power into the hands of the young king, Ladislas V., whom Huniades had first to liberate by force of arms from his uncle, Frederick of Austria, before he could set him on the throne of Hungary. The young king, of German origin, had, however, hardly become emancipated from his guardian when he fell under the influence of his other uncle, Ulrich Czillei. This Czillei was a great nobleman of Styria, but was withal possessed of large estates in Hungary. As a foreigner and as a relative of King Sigismund, he had long viewed with an evil eye Huniades' elevation. On one occasion Huniades had to inflict punishment on him. He consequently now did everything he could to induce the young king, his nephew, to hate the great captain as he himself did. He sought to infuse jealousy into his mind, and to lead him to believe that Huniades aimed at the crown. His slanders found the readier credence in the mind of the youthful sovereign, as he was completely stupefied by an uninterrupted course of debauchery. At last the king was brought to agree to a plan for ensnaring the great man who had so often jeopardized his life and his substance in the defense of his country and religion. They summoned him in the king's name to Vienna, where Ladislaus, an Austrian prince, was then staying, with the intention of waylaying and murdering him. But Huniades got wind of the whole plot, and, when he arrived at the place of ambush, it was at the head of 2,000 picked Hungarian warriors. Thus it was Zilei who fell into the snare. "Wretched creature," exclaimed Huniades, "thou hast fallen into the pit thou diggest for me. Were it not that I regard the dignity of the king and my own humanity, thou shouldst suffer punishment proportioned to thy crime. As it is, I let thee off this time, but come no more into my sight, or thou shalt pay for it with thy life." Such magnanimity, however, did not disarm the hostility of those who surrounded the king. On the pretense of treason against the king, Huniades was deprived of all his offices and all his estates. The document is still to be seen in the Hungarian state archives, in which the king, led astray by the jealousies that prevailed among his councillors, represents every virtue of the hero as a crime, and condemns him to exile. Fortunately, Zilei himself soon fell into disfavor. The Germans themselves overthrew him, and the king, now better informed, replaced Huniades in the post of captain general of the kingdom. Huniades, who had been living meanwhile retired in one of his castles, now complied with the king's wish without difficulty or hesitation, and again assumed the highest military command. Instead of seeking how to revenge himself after the manner of ordinary men, he only thought of the great enemy of his country, the Turk, and indeed, as it was, threatening clouds hung over the horizon in the southeast. A new sultan had come to the throne, Mohammed II, one of the greatest sovereigns of the house of Othman. He began his reign with the occupation of Constantinople, 1453, and thus destroyed the last refuge of the Byzantine Empire. At the news of this event, all Europe burst into a chorus of lamentation. The whole importance of the Eastern question at once presented itself before the nations of Christendom. It was at once understood that the new conqueror would not remain idle within the crumbling walls of Constantinople. And indeed in no long time was published the proud mot d'ordre, "As there is but one God in heaven, so there shall be but one master upon earth." Huniades looked toward Constantinople with heavy heart. He foresaw the outburst of the storm, which would in the first place fall upon his own country, threatening it with utter ruin. Huniades, so it seemed, was again left alone in the defense of Christendom. The approaching disaster was delayed for a few years, but in 1456 Mohammed, having finally established himself in Constantinople, set out with the intention of striking a fatal blow against Hungary. On the borders of that country, on the bank of the Danube, on what was, properly speaking, Servian territory, stood the fortress of Belgrade. When the danger from the Turks became imminent, the kings of Hungary purchased the place from the despots of Servia, giving them in exchange several extensive estates in Hungary, and had at great expense turned it into a vast fortress, at the same time supposed to be impregnable. Mohammed determined to take the place, and to this end made the most extensive preparations. He led to the walls of Belgrade an army of not less than 150,000 men. The approach of this immense host so terrified the young king that he left Hungary and took refuge in Vienna along with his uncle and councillor, Zilei. Huniades alone remained at his post, resolute like the lion attacked. The energy of the old leader, he was now 68 years old, was only steeled by the greatness of the danger. His forethought and his mental resources were but increased. As he saw that it would be impossible to do anything with a small army, he sent his friend John Capistran, an Italian Franciscan, a man animated by a burning zeal akin to his own, to preach a crusade against the enemies of Christendom through the towns and villages of the great Hungarian plain. This the friar did to such effect that in a few weeks he had collected 60,000 men, ready to fight in defense of the cross. This army of crusaders, the last in the history of the nations, had for its gathering cry the bells of the churches, for its arms, scythes, and axes, Christ for its leader, and John Huniades and John Capistran for his lieutenants. The two greatest leaders in war of that day contended for the possession of Belgrade. The same army now surrounded that fortress which a few years before had stormed Constantinople, reputed impregnable. the same hero defended it who had so often in the course of a single decennium defeated the Turkish foe in an offensive war, who now, regardless of danger, with a small but faithful band of followers, was prepared to do all that courage, resolution, and prudence might effect. Many hundred large cannon began to break down the stone ramparts. Many hundred boats, forming a river flotilla, covered the Danube, so as to cut off all communication between the fortress and Hungary. During this time Huniades' son, Ladislaus, and his brother-in-law, Michael Zalagli, were in command in the fortress. Huniades' first daring plan was to force his way through the blocking flotilla, to enter Belgrade before the eyes of the whole Turkish army, taking with him his own soldiers and Capistran's crusaders. The plan completely succeeded. With his own flotilla of boats, he broke through that of the Turks and made his entrance into the fortress in triumph. After this the struggle was continued with equal resolution and ability on both sides. Such advantage as the Christians derived from the protection afforded by the fortifications, being fully compensated by the enormous superiority in numbers both of men and cannon on the part of the Turks. Without example in the history of the storming of fortresses was the stratagem practiced by Huniades when he permitted the picked troops of the enemy, the Janissaries, to penetrate within the fortification, and there destroyed them in the place they thought they had taken. 10,000 Janissaries had already swarmed into the town and were preparing to attack the bridges and gates of the citadel, when Huniades ordered faggots soaked in pitch and sulphur and other combustibles to be flung from the ramparts into the midst of the crowded ranks of the Janissaries. The fire seized on their loose garments, and in a short time the whole body was a sea of fire. Everyone sought to fly. Then it was that Huniades sallied out with his picked band, while Capistran, with a tall cross in his hand and the cry of Jesus on his lips, followed with his crowd of fanatics. The cannon of the fortress played upon the Turkish camp. The Sultan himself was wounded and swept along by the stream of fugitives. 40,000 Turks were left dead upon the field, 4,000 were taken prisoner, and 3,000 cannon were captured. According to the opinion of Huniades himself, the Turks had never suffered such a severe defeat. Its value, as far as the Hungarians were concerned, was heightened by the fact that the ambitious Sultan was personally humiliated. There was now great joy in Europe. At the news of the brilliant victory, Te Deum was sung in all the more important cities throughout Europe, and the Pope wished to compliment Huniades with a crown. Alas, the crown of another character awaited him, that of his Redeemer, in whose name he lived, fought, and fell. The exhalations from the vast number of unburied or imperfectly buried bodies, festering in the heat of summer, gave rise to an epidemic in the Christian camp, and to this the great leader fell a victim. Huniades died August 11th, 1456, in the 68th year of his age. He died amid the intoxication of his greatest victory, idolized by his followers, having once more preserved his country from imminent ruin. Could he have desired a more glorious death? He went to his last rest with the consciousness that he had fulfilled his mission, having designed great things and having accomplished them. And the rest of his lifelong efforts survived him. His great enemy, the Turk, for half a century after his death, could only harass the frontier of his native land, and his country, a few years after his death, placed on the royal throne his son Matthias. End of section 28.
Section 29 of Great Men and Famous Women, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynne Thompson. Great Men and Famous Women, Volume 1, by Charles F. Horne. Warwick the Kingmaker, 1420 to 1471. Richard Neville, Earl of Warwick, called the Kingmaker, eldest son of Richard, Earl of Salisbury, and Alice Montacute, was born November 22nd, 1428. The history of this mighty peer is that of the whole of the contest between the two houses of York and Lancaster. The house of Neville had been built up by a series of wealthy marriages, and Richard made no exception to the rule. While yet a boy he was married to Anne, daughter of the Earl of Warwick, and through her after the death of her brother and niece, he took his place at the age of 21 among the chief earls of the English realm. By this time the English rule in France had broken down, bringing the reigning house of Lancaster into great unpopularity, and throwing a correspondingly greater influence into the hands of the leader of the opposition, Richard Plantagenet, Duke of York. He was brother-in-law to the Earl of Salisbury, and so attached to his party the powerful influence of the Nevilles. The Duke of York at first made no claim to the throne, demanding only that he should have his place in the councils of the king, and even when swords were drawn, the Yorkists swore their allegiance to the king, Henry VI., while fighting against his advisers. Of these favourites of the king, the chief was the Earl of Somerset, whom many suspected of a design to establish himself as the successor to the throne. It was between these two factions of York and Somerset that the white and red roses were first employed as distinguishing badges. Plantagenet. Let him that is a true born gentleman, and stands upon the honour of his birth, if he suppose that I have pleaded truth, from off this briar pluck a white rose with me. Somerset. Let him that is no coward, nor a flatterer, but dare remain the party of the truth, pluck a red rose from off this thorn with me. Warwick. I love no colours, and without all colour of base insinuating flattery, I pluck this white rose with Plantagenet. Shakespeare. 1 Henry VI. The Wars of the Roses began with the Battle of St. Albans, 1455, in which Somerset was killed. The victory was gained to the Yorkists chiefly by the help of Warwick. By a sudden sally into the streets of the town he routed the royal forces, and gained for himself the character of daring and courage, which he maintained to the end. He was rewarded with the post of captain of Calais, which he retained throughout the changes of the parties. In this position he was practically independent, and scoured the Channel at his pleasure. In 1458 he attacked some vessels which were under a treaty of peace with England, and being summoned to London to answer before the king, was violently attacked by the followers of Somerset, and barely escaped with his life. In 1459 the Civil War finally broke out. In the first campaign the Yorkists failed, owing to their inactivity. The leaders fled to the coast of Devon, where they hired 5 men to carry them to Bristol. As soon as they left land, Warwick, stripped to the doublet, took the helm, and steered straight for Calais, where he arrived in a few days. When Somerset, son of the earl slain at St. Albans, came to claim the keys of the stronghold, he had the mortification to find Warwick there before him. Warwick was next in England on June 27, 1460, when he landed at Sandwich with 1,500 men. In 4 days he was before the walls of London, having marched in that time a distance of 70 miles. According to some accounts, the common people so flocked to his standard that in those 4 days his force has swelled to 40,000. The city threw open its gates and joyfully welcomed him, while Henry fled to the north. In the beginning of July the Battle of Northampton was fought. The Yorkists gained a complete victory and took Henry prisoner. Before the fight Warwick issued the command to spare the common people, but to slay the nobles, judging the quarrel to be more especially theirs. And it is significant that throughout the Wars of the Roses the proportion of leaders slain far exceeds that in any other war. Up to this time Warwick's conception of the war was merely the natural struggle of one party with the other for power, using as their means the rude arguments of the time. He still maintained his loyalty to King Henry, and when the Duke of York, after the Battle of Northampton, presented his claim to the throne, Warwick opposed him, and prevailed upon him to waive it till the death of the king. But naturally such a state of things could not long endure. Warwick, while respecting the person of the king, was fighting against his orders, and so, while professing loyalty, was actually a rebel. Soon the struggle blazed out anew, and in December 1460 the Duke of York was defeated and slain at Wakefield. Early in 1461 Warwick was defeated in the second battle of St Albans, but the Royalists not taking advantage of their victory, Edward, son of the Duke of York, accompanied by Warwick, marched on London, and was proclaimed king as Edward IV. Soon after the Yorkists gained a complete victory at Towton (1461), the bloodiest field of the whole war. Nearly all the Lancastrian chiefs were slain, Henry's cause was lost, and ere long he was captured by Warwick and lodged in the Tower. The credit of the crowning victory of Towton does not rest with Warwick alone, for he had the help of young Edward, perhaps as great a military genius as himself. Little is known of the details of the fighting, but we are told that wherever the Earl of Warwick was, there the fighting raged hottest. The Earl was now the greatest man in England. His extended connections and immense possessions were joined to the most distinguished personal qualities, intrepidity, decision, and all the military virtues, eloquence, and general talent, an affability and frankness of bearing that captivated equally all classes, a boundless hospitality and magnificence that enthroned him in the hearts of the commons. Wherever he resided, we are told he kept open house, and the number of people daily fed at his various mansions, when he was at the height of his prosperity, exceeded 30,000. When he came to London, says Stowe in his Chronicle, he had such an house that 6 oxen were eaten at breakfast, and every tavern was full of his meat. For who that had any acquaintance in that house, he should have had as much sodden and roast as he might carry upon a long dagger. But now, when Warwick might have expected to reap the reward of his labours, new troubles arose. King Edward began to feel jealous of his power, his unique influence, and vast popularity. It is said that Warwick was sent to France to arrange a treaty with Louis, and to propose a marriage between Edward and his wife's sister. On his return he found the king married to Elizabeth Woodville, daughter of Lord Rivers, and an alliance made with the enemy of Louis, the Duke of Burgundy. Edward now lavished all his kindness on the Woodvilles, intending to use them as a counterfoil to the Nevilles, and for this purpose he deprived the Nevilles of some of their posts. By a series of deliberate insults Warwick was driven farther and farther away from the king, till he was forced into open revolt. In July 1468 his forces defeated the Royalists with slaughter at Edgecote, and a few days later he made Edward his prisoner. The Lancastrians at once rose again in favour of the aged King Henry, but Warwick, maintaining his allegiance to his royal captive, suppressed all revolts with an iron hand, and having received renewed pledges of good faith, soon after restored Edward to his throne. 2 years later the king declared Warwick a rebel, and he was compelled to flee to France. Louis XI used his influence in bringing Warwick and Margaret, wife of King Henry, together, and they agreed to forget their differences in the face of a common enemy. Clarence, the new king's brother, had previously married Warwick's daughter, and joined his party. Once more the Kingmaker landed in England and advanced on London. Edward fled to Holland, and Henry was again placed upon the throne. But ere long Edward secretly landed in England, raised an army, not without difficulty, and met Warwick at Barnet. The faithless Clarence had in the meantime deserted Warwick and joined his brother's army. The army of Warwick was composed of strangely different elements, old enemies fighting side by side as friends. The battle was lost mainly through a grievous blunder. In the heavy mist which hung around, the party of the Earl of Oxford were mistaken for the enemy, and were attacked by their own friends. A cry of treachery was raised, and the whole army broke into utter rout. Warwick resisted till all hope was gone. He had fought on foot throughout the battle, and his heavy armor did not suffer him to escape. He was surrounded and slain, fighting manfully, April 14th, 1471. Thus fell on the field of battle Richard, Earl of Warwick, in the prime of his life, after 16 years of deep intrigue and desperate fighting. Had he been born in a more peaceful time, he would have been a great statesman, and have done much for the good of his country, for his talents were more political than military, and almost alone among the self-seeking rivals of the time he shows something of the instincts of patriotism. Cast as he was in the troublous times of the Wars of the Roses, he stands out in character and genius above all those of his generation. He was the best beloved man in the kingdom. When he was away from England, says Hall, the common people thought the sun had gone out of the heavens. His personality had cast a charm over even Louis XI. The heart of the Yorkist party, he was true to its cause till he found that his service was no longer desired. He was not the man to sit quietly under insult, and when it came from King Edward, who owed all that he was to him, it was more than he could endure. Yet it was only when he found his every project thwarted, and especially those that were dearest to his heart, that he was driven into open warfare with the king. His reason is capable of much justification. He cannot be accused of forsaking his master. He had in him the making of a great king, and how great and useful might have been his career had fortune placed him over the councils of a Charles VII. Or Henry VI. As it is, he stands in worth and character far above any of his time, a figure that commands not merely admiration but affection. End of Warwick the Kingmaker.
Section 30 of Great Men and Famous Women, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Larry Wilson. Great Men and Famous Women, Volume 1, edited by Charles F. Horne. Hernando Cortes, by H. Rider Haggard, 1485-1547. Hernando Cortes. Among the millions that from age to age are born into this world, there arise in every generation one or two preeminent men and women who are objects of the wonder and the envy of the admiration and the hatred of their contemporaries, and whose names after their deaths stand out as landmarks by which we shape a course across the dark and doubtful seas of history. Caesar and Cromwell, Mahomet and Napoleon, to mention no others, were such men, and such a man was Hernando Cortes, the conqueror of Mexico. They have been called, and well called, men of destiny, since it is impossible in studying their lives and tracing their vast influence upon human affairs to avoid the conclusion that they were raised up and endowed with great talents and opportunities in order that by their agency the ends of Providence might be shaped. Hernando Cortes was born of a good family at the town of Medellin in Spain in 1485, and educated at the College of Salamanca. At the age of 19, having proved himself unfit to follow the profession of law to which his parents had destined him, he emigrated to the island of Hispaniola, where he was appointed notary of the town of Acua, and in 1511 assisted in the conquest of Cuba under the command of Velasquez. Here, after many curious adventures and vacillations, he married a lady named Catalina Juarez, and being created alcalde of the settlement of San Jago, realized a moderate fortune by the practice of agriculture and mining. In 1518 there came to Cuba news of the discoveries made by Grijalva in Yucatan, on the coast of the country now known as Mexico, and the governor Velasquez determined to dispatch a force to explore this new land. After much intriguing and in consideration of the payment of a considerable sum of money toward the expenses, Cortes, whose ambitious spirit had already wearied of a life of peace and indolence, contrived to persuade Velasquez to appoint him captain general of the expedition. Before the ship sailed, however, Velasquez repented him of that appointment, for in Cortes he recognized a servant who might well become his master, and made arrangements to invest some other hidalgo with the leadership of the expedition. Now it was that Cortes showed what manner of man he was. Many in his position, on learning the wishes of their superior, would have tamely yielded up their posts. Not so Cortes, who on the first hint that he was to be deprived of his authority, collected his men, and all unprepared as was his squadron, weighed anchor while the governor slept. At the town of Trinidad he landed to collect stores and volunteers, treating with contempt the orders that reached the commander of the town from Velasquez to dispose him from his command and detain his person. Here it was that Cortes made his famous address to the volunteers, wherein he shows that although his instructions were to undertake a trading voyage and acquire information of the country, his real aim was far different, since he promises unimagined wealth to those who are true to him, and by a curious flash of prescience prophesies immortal renown to their enterprise. On February 10th, 1519, he sailed to the conquest of Mexico, accompanied by some 650 white men and a few Indians. Cortes was in his 34th year when he entered on this, the greatest of his enterprises. He was pale-faced and dark-eyed, somewhat slender in build, but of an iron strength and constitution. In temper he was patient, though liable to fits of passion, and in disposition frank, merry, and generous, but most determined. He dressed richly and was constant in his religious exercises. Such was the great captain, a man suited by circumstances and nature to the desperate undertaking which it was his destiny to bring to a successful issue. Having touched at the island of Cozumel on the coast of Yucatan, Cortes sailed up the Tabasco River and began his work of conquest by attacking a great army of Indians in the neighborhood of that town. For a while the natives held their own, notwithstanding their dismay at the sound and effects of firearms. But the appearance of the horsemen, whom they took to be strange animals, caused them to flee in terror, leaving many hundreds of their warriors dead upon the field. On the morrow they made their submission by bringing women and other gifts as a peace offering. Among these women was one named Malinche, or by the Spaniards Marina, whom Cortes took as a mistress, and who is described by Camargo as having been beautiful as a goddess. It was this lady, born to be the evil genius of her country, who instructed her lord and master in the habits, traditions, and history of the Aztecs, and of the land of Anahuac, which they inhabited together with other tribes. She was Cortes' interpreter and confidant, whose business it was to gain information from the Indians, which he could use, and whose wit and devotion more than once saved him from disaster. So invaluable were her services to Cortes that it is doubtful if without her aid he would have succeeded in conquering Mexico, and it was from her that he acquired the name of Malinche, by which he was known among the Indian races. Her reward, when she had served his purpose and he was weary of her, was to be given by him in marriage to another man. Leaving Tabasco, Cortes sailed along the coast till he reached the spot where the city of Vera Cruz now stands, whence he opened communications with Montezuma, emperor of the Aztecs. In due course envoys arrived from the monarch laden with magnificent gifts, who delivered a civil but none the less peremptory message requesting the Spaniards to return whence they came. By this time Cortes had learned that although the Aztecs were the great power in the Anahuac, their supremacy was not acknowledged by all the tribes. Notably, it was contested by the Tlascalans and their allies the Otomis. The Tlascalans were republicans having their home in the mountains almost midway between Mexico and the coast. For 50 years or more they had been at bitter enmity with the Aztecs, who again and again had vainly attempted to subjugate them. To this people Cortes dispatched an embassy asking for a safe passage through their territories on his road to Mexico, for his political insight told him that they might prove valuable allies. No answer was returned by the Tlascalans, who, when the Spaniards advanced, attacked them furiously, only to be defeated by Cortes in several engagements, till, discouraged and believing the white men to be invincible, they sued for peace, and from enemies they were converted into firm allies. From Tlascala the Spaniards proceeded to the neighboring city of Cholula, where Marina discovered a plot to put them to death. For this offense Cortes took a terrible vengeance. Falling on the inhabitants of the city when they were unprepared, he butchered vast numbers of them, giving their houses and temples to sack. Having thus established the terror of his name, he marched on to Mexico, accompanied by a body of about 5,000 Tlascalan allies. Meanwhile, the counsels of the Aztecs were darkened with doubt. The Spaniards might easily have been kept out of Mexico by force, but the arm of Montezuma was paralyzed by superstitious fears. Prophecy foretold that the children of the white god Quetzalcoatl should rise from the sea and possess the land, and in the Spaniards he beheld the fate fulfilled. To him they were not mortal but divine, and when diplomacy had failed to keep them at a distance, he feared to lift sword against them. Thus it came about that, without a blow being struck to drive them back, Cortes and his little band of adventurers found themselves established at the heart of the strange and rich civilization that they had discovered, not as enemies, but as guests of the king. They were not slow to avail themselves of the opportunities of their position in order to advance their ends, which were, first, plunder, secondly, conquest, and thirdly, the extension of the authority of Spain and of the Christian religion. In pursuit of these ends, upon some slight pretext, Cortes seized the person of Montezuma, the great emperor, and imprisoned him in one of his own palaces, whence, however, he was still allowed to direct the government and issue his commands. Meanwhile, reports of Cortes' doings and success had reached Velasquez, the governor of Cuba, who determined to dispatch an expedition to conquer or capture him as a traitor. Accordingly, 18 vessels containing nearly 1,000 white men were placed under the command of Panfilo de Narvaez, and reached Vera Cruz in April 1520. When Cortes heard of the arrival of this armament and its object, which was to punish him for his supposed rebellion, he marched from Mexico, leaving the little garrison and the person of Montezuma in charge of his comrade Alvarado. Although he had with him but 250 men in all, he did not hesitate to hazard a night attack upon Narvaez, who was strongly encamped at Zempoalla. It was completely successful. Narvaez was wounded, captured, and sent in chains to Vera Cruz, while the army that had come to conquer him swore allegiance to Cortes as captain general, and marched with him back to Mexico. Here great events were in progress. Moved to the deed by fear or by discovery of some real or fancied plot against the Spaniards, Alvarado, the deputy of Cortes, had fallen upon the unarmed Aztec nobles while they were celebrating a feast in the courtyard of the great temple, and butchered some 600 of them with every circumstance of brutality. Then at last the patient Aztecs rose, and until the womanly Montezuma begged them to desist, attacked the palace where the Spaniards were quartered with fury. At the intervention of their monarch, the attack was turned to a blockade, and Cortes arrived from his victory over Narvaez to find his companions in desperate straits. Reinforced by fresh soldiers, the Spaniards carried on the war with activity. They assaulted and captured the Great Pyramid, putting to the sword the priests of human sacrifice, and burning the blood-stained temples of the gods. Also they made several sallies into the city and repelled onslaughts upon the palace. It was in the course of one of these attacks that Montezuma received the wound that brought about his death. Mounting the central tower to the palace, he implored his subjects to cease from attacking his friends, the Spaniards, whereupon in their fury they overwhelmed him with a shower of darts and stones, inflicting injuries from which in course of a few days he died. Surrounded as he was on every side by thousands of fierce enemies, determined to stretch every Spaniard upon the stone of sacrifice, Cortes saw the impossibility of maintaining the unequal fight and determined on retreat. Accordingly, on the night of July 1st, 1520, the Spaniards and their native allies sallied from the fortress, and laden with gold from Montezuma's treasury, took the route to Tlacopan. Soon their escape was detected, and instantly a fierce attack was made upon them from every quarter. The bridge that they had brought with them to span the gaps in the causeway became fixed in the mud, so that their only path across the canals lay over the bodies of their comrades. At length they won through, but out of their small force there had perished or been taken captive as victims for sacrifice some 450 Spaniards and 4,000 native allies. It is said that when the shattered army reached the place of safety outside the city, Cortes sat down beneath an ancient cedar tree, which is still shown to travelers, and wept. Yet within a week fortune smiled on him again, for he and the few comrades who remained to him fought and won the battle of Otompan against thousands of the Indians, Cortes killing their chief Tsuaca with his own hand. The Aztecs rejoiced at the departure of the Spaniards from the capital Mexico or Tenochtitlan, but their joy was premature. First, the smallpox introduced into the country by the white men fell upon the city and swept away thousands, among them Cuitla, the emperor who succeeded to Montezuma. And then came the news that the indomitable Cortes was marching upon them with a great army of native allies and large reinforcements of Spaniards from overseas. Guatemozin, the new emperor, made every possible preparation for defense, and the siege began, a siege as cruel as that of Jerusalem and perhaps more bloody. First, Cortes laid waste to the cities about Mexico. Then he attacked the Queen of the Valley herself, attacked it again and again, till at length it was a ruin, and tens of thousands of its inhabitants were dead by starvation, by pestilence, and by the sword. On either side the combat was one of desperate courage, but notwithstanding occasional successes on the part of the Aztecs, such as that when they captured and sacrificed some 60 Spaniards, from the first the genius of Cortes made the end inevitable. When nothing remained of Tenochtitlan and its people, save some blackened walls and a few thousand wretches reduced to skeletons by hunger, the capture of Guatemozin, while attempting to escape in a canoe, made an end of the fighting in August 1521. Cortes promised honorable treatment to the fallen king, but before long he put him and some of his companions to the torture in order to force the discovery of hidden treasure. This brutality proved ineffectual, but taken together with the subsequent hanging of Guatemozin upon an unproved charge of conspiracy against the Spaniards, it constitutes the blackest blot upon the fame of Cortes. It is fair to add, however, that he was not by nature a harsh man, and that he was driven to the commission of these cruelties by the clamor of his soldiers, who were infuriated at finding so little treasure in the devastated city. With the capture of Mexico, the fortunes of Cortes culminated. He was appointed Captain General of the land of New Spain in October 1522, and the next few years he occupied in rebuilding the city and in bringing the surrounding territories under the rule of Spain. Wearying of these comparatively peaceful occupations, in 1524 he undertook an expedition of discovery and conquest to Honduras, upon which he was absent until May 1526, when he returned after enduring much hardship and suffering, to find that enemies had been plotting against him in Mexico. This discovery and the desire of clearing himself with the emperor caused him to determine to visit Spain, where he arrived in May 1528. Charles V received him with much favor, creating him Marquis of the Valley of Oaxaca and military commander of New Spain, and endowing him with vast estates in the lands that he had conquered. In 1530 he returned to Mexico, accompanied by his second wife, a lady of good family whom he had married while in Spain. Very soon he entered on a course of expeditions of discovery and maritime adventures, which involved him in great pecuniary losses and a quarrel with the Viceroy Mendoza. And in 1540 he sailed a second time for Spain to obtain redress from the emperor. But Cortes was no longer the power that he had been. His youth was gone and his work was done. Therefore his prayers and remonstrances were treated with cold neglect. For nearly 4 years he pressed his suit, and in February 1544 we find him writing a letter to the emperor, begging him to direct the Council of the Indies to come to a decision upon it. This letter, in which pathetically enough he bespeaks himself as old and poor and indebted, produced no result, and once again worn out and bitterly disappointed, its writer turned his face toward the land that he had won for Spain. But he was never to behold it more. At Seville he was seized with dysentery and passed away December 2nd, 1547, being then in his 63rd year. His body was taken to Mexico for burial. In Hernando Cortes died one of the great men of the world, though how much of his greatness was due to chance is difficult to determine. It is certain that again and again fortune stood his friend in a manner that was little short of miraculous, as in the instances of the unexpected victory over Narvaez and of the death of the general at the battle of Otampan. But if chance or fate gave him opportunities, it was Cortes' own genius and unconquerable will that enabled him to avail himself of them. These qualities were the most striking characteristics of the man. He showed them when, having determined on the conquest of Mexico, he burnt his ships that there might be no escape from the decision; when he hit upon the expedient of using rival tribes to accomplish the overthrow of the Aztecs; when, driven from Mexico with the loss of the half of his army, he returned to attack, and in many another time and place. He had great good qualities. He was a true friend, and according to his lights, an honorable and even religious man, and his faults were those of his time and training, or at worst such as are not inconsistent with a generous nature. His cruelties may be urged against him, but no Spaniard of his age thought it cruel to slaughter enemies of the faith who practiced human sacrifice. Also, having once embarked upon his colossal undertaking, he and his companions must either slay or be slain. There is evidence to show that personally he was not a cruel man. Thus, when called upon to sign the death warrant of a soldier, he lamented that he had ever been taught to write, and there are passages in his will which show his conscience to have been troubled by questions as to the right to enslave human beings. With a handful of followers, Cortes overthrew the fabric of the Aztec Empire, broke the spirit of its people so effectually that to this day it has not recovered itself, and swept away its religion. Whether for good or evil, this was a stupendous achievement, one that must make his name immortal. End of section 30. Section 31 of Great Men and Famous Women, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Larry Wilson. Great Men and Famous Women, Volume 1, edited by Charles F. Horne. Francisco Pizarro, by J.T. Trowbridge, 1471-1541. Francisco Pizarro. The old Spanish province of Estremadura, though distant from the sea, shut in by mountain chains, furnished numerous adventurers for the expeditions of discovery, conquest, and plunder that followed Columbus to the New World, two of whom achieved astonishing renown. One was the conqueror of Mexico, the other the conqueror of Peru. Of the early life of Francisco Pizarro, not much is known with certainty. He was born about the year 1471, but even that date is a matter of conjecture, so little care was had in the coming into the world of the actor who was to play so stirring a part in it. The family from which he inherited his name must have been one of some note in its day. His kinsman and great rival in fame, Cortes, was a Pizarro on his mother's side. Francisco was the second of four brothers, all of whom were men of ability and valor, and all of whom fought in the Peruvian wars. Their father was Colonel Gonzalo Pizarro, concerning whom little is known save that he was a soldier of Spain, and that he served creditably in Italy and Navarre. The mother of Francisco was Francisca Gonzalez, a woman of low condition, from whom he seems to have received hardly more parental care than from his father, by whom he was utterly neglected. The story told by Gomara, and quoted by Prescott, that, abandoned as a foundling, he was nursed by a sow, though as mythical as that of Romulus and the wolf, which probably suggested it, indicates nevertheless the degradation of his childhood. He grew up in ignorance and vagabondage. Of what the world calls education he had not the first rudiments. To the day of his death he could neither read nor write. The only occupation in which we hear of his being engaged in his boyhood was that of a swineherd. At what age he escaped from this mean employment is not known. The claim set up for him by his descendants, that he served with his father in Italy, hardly deserves consideration. He was about 21 years old when all Spain began to ring with the discoveries of Columbus and his companions beyond the western seas. Pizarro left his employer and his pigs, ran away to Seville, and embarked in one of the early expeditions that sailed from that port to the New World. Of his years of apprenticeship in the stern warfare of the times we have no trustworthy details, until at Hispaniola in 1510 he joined as second in command Ojeda's disastrous expedition to Uraba on the Maine coast. Sanguinary fights with swarms of savages armed with poisoned arrows marked the fortunes of the adventurers, and when Ojeda returned to the islands for assistance, which he did not bring, Pizarro remained in command of the starving colony amid hardships and horrors from which only his resolute daring brought off a remnant alive. He was with Balboa in his famous march across the mountains to the Pacific, which no European eyes had hitherto beheld, and shared with him the joy of that discovery, which Keats wrongly ascribes to Cortes, when the hardy band, first beholding the unknown ocean outspread before them, looked at each other with a wild surmise, silent upon the peak of Darien. He remained with Balboa in the isthmus until the death of that valiant commander, when he united his fortunes with those of the governor Pedrarias, and headed various expeditions along the Pacific coast and to the islands beyond, in quest of pearls and gold. He was occupied in this way, or in cultivating with the aid of Indian slaves a malarious tract of land he had acquired near Panama, when a new career invited him. Rumors of a rich empire far to the south, where gold was as common with the natives as iron was with the Spaniards, had long inflamed the imaginations of the colonists. Then news came of the prodigious exploits of Cortes in Mexico. Pizarro burned to emulate his kinsman. Having formed a partnership with Diego de Almagro, a soldier of experience, and Hernando de Luque, a priest supplied with worldly means, he secured an old vessel that had been designed by Balboa for a similar expedition, refitted it with Luque's money, and with 100 adventurers sailed from the port of Panama in November 1524, leaving Almagro to follow in a smaller vessel. Pizarro was then more than 50 years old, but still in possession of all his masterful qualities, and he had need of all, amid the perils of sea and land, the tempests, swamps, battles, sickness, and famine, which rendered his first voyage down the coast a deplorable failure. Almagro met with no better success. Both returned to the isthmus buffeted, baffled, humiliated, but too stout of heart to be cast down. They brought back little gold, but with that little they had gathered evidence of the indubitable existence of the opulent empire they sought. The governor was hugely dissatisfied with the results of the expedition, of which he had expected to share some of the profits, and his consent to another could hardly have been obtained, but for the persuasive eloquence of the priest, backed by the offer of a sum in ready cash. For 1,000 pesos de oro, Pedrarias gave his consent and signed away his right to the spoils of an empire. A new contract was entered into by the three partners, and an elaborate and solemn document was drawn up in sonorous Spanish, which is curious reading at this day. Father Luque signed it with his own hand, and the two soldiers by the hands of witnesses, since neither Pizarro nor Almagro could write his name. But 160 men were enlisted, and again the two chiefs set sail from Panama in separate ships. They made their first landing at the mouth of Rio San Juan, where by the plunder of a small village they secured some ornaments of gold and a few prisoners. Almagro hastened to carry the treasure back to Panama as a bait to other followers, while Pizarro and his pilot Ruiz remained to explore the interior of the coast. Ruiz sailed as far south as the equator, and after his memorable voyage of some weeks, returned to his chief with a cheering report. He had fallen in with what seemed at first a ship at sea, where no European ship had ever been, and found it to be an Indian balsa, a huge raft across which was stretched a sail of cotton cloth. It had a rudder and a keel. On board were men and women clad in a curious sort of woolen stuff, skillfully woven and beautifully dyed and embroidered. They were making a voyage of traffic along the coast. They wore ornaments of gold, and had with them besides vessels and mirrors of burnished silver, balances for weighing the precious metals, which by signs they assured Ruiz were common in their country. Pizarro, in the meanwhile, vainly endeavored to pass the yawning gorges, bottomless swamps, and dense dark forests that lay between him and the snow-covered peaks of the Cordilleras. Entangled vines and trees of a luxuriant tropical vegetation, huge boas coiling in the branches, ready to spring upon their prey, screaming parrots, chattering and grimacing monkeys, mosquitoes, alligators, prowling savages. Amid such scenes as these, he and his band had once more confronted famine and death in the absence of Almagro and Ruiz. Ruiz came opportunely with his good news, and Almagro returned with 80 recruits. The expedition re-embarked and proceeded southward. The aspect of the coast became more inviting as they advanced. There were signs of an extensive civilization, fields cultivated with maize, cacao, and potatoes, many villages, and at length a town of more than 2,000 houses, laid out with streets and thronging with inhabitants. Among the Spaniards wild enthusiasm prevailed, but it was quickly checked by the hostile demonstrations with which they were met, when they attempted to gain a foothold on the soil of the Incas. It was useless to make front against such numbers as opposed them. Divided counsels and a violent quarrel between the two captains ensued, and the expedition sailed back northward. Once more Almagro returned to Panama for more men, while Pizarro and his followers remained to starve on the barren island of Gallo. Instead of permitting any more of his people to depart on what seemed so foolhardy and fatal a business, Rios, the new governor of Panama, dispatched to the islands 2 vessels under a commander named Tafur, with orders to bring away every Spaniard left alive there. Then occurred the famous episode that decided so dramatically the fortunes of Pizarro and the fate of Peru. Tafur had brought supplies of provisions to the famished and emaciated, but now jubilant soldiers, and all except Pizarro appeared eager to abandon their barren adventure and return to the ships. Pizarro alone refused obedience to the governor's agent. Drawing a line in the sand with a sword, he cried, "Comrades, on that side lie hunger and hardship, on this side ease and safety. There lies Peru with its riches, here Panama and poverty. Choose every man for himself, like brave Castilians. For me, I go to the south." He stepped across the line. There was a minute of dismay and silence. Then Ruiz followed, and after him 12 others went over, an act of as desperate and resolute courage as ever inspired a forlorn band. They saw the ships containing their comrades sail away without them. Ruiz also returned, pledged to bring assistance to his companions left behind, while Pizarro remained with his 12 Spaniards and 3 or 4 Indian captives whom he had made friends on the desolate island. Not even a ship was left them, and they had to build a raft to convey them to a less inhospitable island, that of Gorgona, farther north. There they lived 7 months, subsisting on small game brought down by their crossbows and shellfish found on the shores, until Ruiz, after weary delays, returned in a small vessel, bringing supplies, but not the expected reinforcement of troops. In this frail craft the dauntless rovers put to sea. Pizarro pursued his explorations southward, beyond the point where he afterward founded Trujillo, named after his native town, visited several Peruvian ports, and learned much of the country he proposed to subjugate. He then returned to Panama, which he reached after an absence of 18 months. The reappearance of the little group of wanderers bringing news of their discoveries was the cause of great astonishment to the colony, and of joyful enthusiasm among their friends, who had long given them up for dead. The governor, however, resenting Pizarro's disobedience of his orders at the Isle of Gallo, refused to sanction another expedition, and Pizarro resolved upon the bold course of returning to Spain and appealing to the crown. This was in the spring of 1528. Arriving at Seville, he was immediately thrown into prison for a debt incurred at Darien, but he was released by order of the Emperor Charles V, who received him graciously at Toledo, heard the wondrous stories of his wanderings, which Pizarro knew how to tell, and saw the vessels of gold and silver, the fine fabrics, the llamas, and other evidences of the Peruvian civilization, which were displayed before his royal eyes. He was also no doubt influenced by the recent achievements of Cortes, who was then at court, and who perhaps spoke for his kinsman a friendly word. The monarch turned over Pizarro and his enterprise, with his recommendations, to the Council of the Indies. Yet a year passed, and nothing was done. Pizarro was fast sinking into obscurity, and he would likewise have sunk into despair if he had been less stout of heart. Then, as Queen Isabella had aided Columbus, so the Queen of Charles V came to the assistance of Pizarro, and caused to be executed the extraordinary instrument which bestowed on him, with rights of discovery and conquest, the titles of Governor and Captain General of New Castile, as Peru was then called, and a salary of 725,000 maravedis, to be drawn, however, from the conquered country. Almagro and Luque were also provided for, but in a more modest way, which proved the beginning of a long, bitter, and deadly feud between Almagro and his chief. Nor did the instrument fail to make the usual provision for the conversion to Christianity of the nations to be subjugated and plundered. In mustering his recruits, Pizarro had the satisfaction of revisiting his native town of Trujillo, where he had lived in degradation, and to which he now returned a renowned discoverer and soldier, and a titled magnate. There he found his 3 brothers, the Pizarros, all poor and proud and eager for adventure, and a 4th brother on his mother's side. With these and other followers, hardly exceeding 100, he sailed from Seville in January 1530, and a year later, namely in January 1531, after a solemn consecration of his enterprise in the Cathedral of Panama, he put forth from that port with 180 men and 27 horses, on his 4th, last, and finally successful expedition to overthrow a populous empire. That empire lay in the bosom and on both sides of the mighty ranges of the Andes, occupying 37 degrees of the coast south of the equator, and extending eastward far over the valleys of the Amazon and its numerous tributaries. It was under the rule of the Incas, a parental despotism which spread an iron network of laws over millions of subjects of different races and languages. Its mountain slopes, tablelands, seacoasts, and plains comprised every variety of climate and almost every diversity of physical features. Its capital was Cusco, where dwelt the adored Incas. There also was the famous Temple of the Sun, with its gorgeous decorations of gold and gems, canals, aqueducts, complete systems of irrigation for the rainless regions, magnificent mountain roads built to endure for centuries, fine textile fabrics, utensils of clay and copper, vessels and ornaments of silver and gold, bridges, fortresses, and edifices of a rude but massy and symmetrical architecture, well adapted to the climate and the needs of the inhabitants, armies, magistrates, courts of justice. Such were some of the tokens of a wide, semi-civilized prosperity which less than 200 Spanish adventurers were proceeding ruthlessly to destroy. With incredible difficulties still to overcome, Pizarro had in his favor a circumstance of immense importance. The country was at that time distracted by civil war. 2 brothers, Huascar and Atahualpa, sons of the last Inca, were engaged in a fratricidal strife for the imperial power, and their armies were turned against each other. Pizarro resolved to strike his first blow at Tumbez, but was constrained by baffling winds to put into the Bay of St. Matthew. There he landed his force and soon fell upon a peaceful village, putting the inhabitants to flight and pillaging their dwellings. A considerable treasure thus obtained was sent back to Panama, where it had the desired effect of rallying new recruits for the conquest. A most welcome reinforcement was headed by Hernando de Soto, afterwards famed as the discoverer of the Mississippi, who sailed to join Pizarro with 100 men and a number of horses. De Soto arrived in time to aid in extricating him from a harassing situation on the island of Puna. Pizarro had been so indiscreet as to get into a quarrel with the inhabitants, whom he had defeated in battle and slaughtered in large numbers, and from whose incessant attacks he was suffering great annoyance. He now felt himself strong enough to invade the interior. The story of that invasion is one of the most astonishing in history. It has been many times told, but nowhere else so effectively as in the full, flowing, and lucid narrative of Prescott. It can be but briefly sketched here. Having established near the sea-coast a settlement which he named San Miguel, to serve as a key of communication between him and his ships, Pizarro set out boldly on his march, having with him but 177 men, 9 of whom, showing signs of sinking courage, were soon sent back to the settlement. By pretenses of a friendly mission to their Inca, he won his way among such of the surprised inhabitants as were not frightened from their villages by his approach, and he penetrated the wild defiles of the Cordilleras, behind which, near Cajamalca, now Cajamarca, the Inca Atahualpa, with an immense army, lay encamped. He was fresh from a great and decisive victory over his elder brother, and was resting and enjoying the warm baths near the city, the baths of the Incas, as they are called to this day. Instead of disputing the passage of the strangers in the mountain fortresses, and hurling destruction upon them from 1,000 crags, the monarch sent to exchange gifts with them, and assurances of friendship, and awaited them in his camp, the pavilions of which whitened the wide hillsides for miles. On a dull afternoon in November 1532, Pizarro entered Cajamarca, and undismayed by the innumerable host that confronted him, went to pay a visit of courtesy to the Inca. He was gloomily received by Atahualpa, who chanced to be observing a fast, but who promised to return his visit on the following day. Pizarro felt that a crisis in his audacious business was close at hand, and endured the deepest anxiety until late the next afternoon, that of November 16th, when, after long delays and apparent waverings on the part of the Inca, which severely tried the patience of the Spaniards lying in wait with their heavy armor on, he at length appeared, borne in a gorgeous palanquin, and accompanied by an immense and magnificent procession. With ferocious satisfaction Pizarro beheld his august victim advancing to his doom. The procession entered the Grand Plaza of Cajamarca, on three sides of which, under cover of low buildings opening into it, spearmen and horsemen stood to their arms. Not a Spaniard was to be seen, until a priest with interpreters advanced to meet the monarch, and to confuse him with an astonished harangue concerning the true faith and supremacy of Spain. Pizarro saw that his opportunity had come. He waved his scarf. From the fortress sounded a signal gun, and with fierce battle cries the Spaniards rushed from all sides upon the Peruvians. The shouts, the blaze and smoke of firearms, the terrible detonations, the sight of plunging horses and their riders, with the sudden fury of the onset, paralyzed with terror the multitude of unarmed attendants, who fell the victims of a horrible massacre. The Inca was seized and borne off a captive. And yet the pursuit and slaughter did not cease until thousands of the panic-stricken and defenseless Peruvians had been slain, and more prisoners had been taken than were required to provide every Spaniard with a retinue of servants. Pizarro treated his captive with the consideration due to a great but fallen potentate. He granted him ample apartments, and the society of his favorite wives and nobles. He at the same time endeavored to save his soul by enforcing upon his mind the truths of the Catholic faith. Atahualpa accepted with dignity the fortunes of war, but as a ransom offered to fill a large room in which he one day was, with vessels of gold as high as he could reach. Pizarro agreed to the proposal, and by the Inca's orders messengers were dispatched to Cusco and other important cities of the empire for the required booty. This arrangement reached the ears of Huascar, then a prisoner in the hands of his younger brother's adherents. He thereupon sent word to the Spaniards that he would pay a much larger reward if they would espouse his cause and set him free. Unfortunately for both him and Pizarro, the offer reached the ears of Atahualpa, who secretly caused Huascar to be put to death. The golden treasure soon began to come in, borne on the backs of Indians. Goblets, vases, salvers, massy plates, and tiles from the walls of the palaces and temples, the images of plants and animals. Some of these objects weighed individually several pounds, and the art displayed in their manufacture was often admirable. But they were all ruthlessly melted down into ingots, to be divided among the conquerors. Gold to the value of more than $17 million, measured by our modern standard, was thus secured, besides a vast amount of silver. Certainly no prince in all the world's history had ever paid such a ransom. The treasure was a long while coming in, and Pizarro had ample time to consider how he should keep his part of the contract. He could never have had any intention of giving the Inca his liberty, nor was he deep enough in his craft to perceive the immense advantage he might gain by holding him a captive. He resolved upon his death. The unhappy prince was tried by a military court of his enemies, charged with the usurpation of the empire, with the murder of his brother, and with attempts to incite an insurrection against the Spaniards. He was condemned, received as a convert to the Catholic faith, baptized, and executed. This event occurred August 29th, 1533. Meanwhile, Almagro had arrived with a much-needed reinforcement. The adventurers of all sorts from Spain and her western colonies soon began to flock to the newly opened land of gold. Pizarro marched upon Cusco, which he took after a fierce battle, and pillaged of what gold had not been already removed for Atahualpa's ransom. He caused Manco Capac, a young prince of the royal blood, to be proclaimed Inca, drove him by his oppressions to revolt, and was besieged by him in Cusco. The Peruvians assaulted the city in countless numbers, set fire to the houses with flaming arrows and red-hot stones, and might have starved or destroyed the Spaniards had not they themselves been forced by starvation to raise the siege. In June 1538, the old feud between Pizarro and Almagro culminated in a battle between their two factions, and Almagro was defeated and killed. Pizarro now ruled the country with red-handed despotism. The benignant laws of the Incas were replaced by the rapine of the conquerors. Not only gold and silver, but the land itself and its former peaceful occupants were apportioned among them, and slavery and concubinage prevailed in their most revolting forms. The rumors of these wrongs reached Spain, and a commissioner was sent out to inquire into them. But before his arrival, Pizarro died by violence in his own Ciudad de los Reyes, City of the Kings, now Lima, which he founded in 1535. His death was worthy of his life. Attacked in his own house by the avengers of Almagro, he fought furiously and cut down 3 of his assailants, but fell, overcome by numbers, and pierced by as many blades as met in the body of Caesar. His last word was Jesus, and his last act to stoop and kiss the symbol of a cross, which he traced with his finger on the bloody floor. Thus lived and died one of the most extraordinary men of his time, indeed of all times. It is hard to sum up briefly the good and evil of such a character. He was said to be of a pleasing and dignified presence, simple and self-reliant. But we know that he was possessed of indomitable courage, endurance, and persistency of purpose, avaricious, perfidious, devout, and conspicuous for his cruelty even in a cruel age. Greedy as he was of gold, he spent little of it upon himself, and seemed to desire it chiefly for the power and honor it would command. He founded settlements and cities, and was lavish in his expenditures upon public works, no doubt ambitious of building up a new empire on the ruins of the one he had destroyed. But he exhibited none of the great qualities of a born ruler and lawgiver. In the coarseness of his moral nature, a swineherd to the last. He never married, but by a daughter of Atahualpa he had a daughter who survived him. In his native town of Trujillo her descendants are still to be found, with the mingled blood of the conqueror and of the last of the Incas in their veins. End of section 31.
Section 32 of Great Men and Famous Women, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynne Thompson. Great Men and Famous Women, Volume 1, by Charles F. Horne. Section 32. Gaspard de Coligni, by Professor Creasy, 1517 to 1572. There was a time when the doctrines of the Reformation seemed destined to achieve far ampler conquests over the dominion of Papal Rome than they have ultimately realized. France, in particular, at the commencement of the second half of the 16th century, appeared to be almost won over to Protestantism. The Huguenots, as the followers of the Reformed faith in that country were termed, formed the most influential, if not the largest part of the population of many of the principal provinces, and of nearly all the provincial capitals. They were numerous in Paris, nor was there a single district or town in France in which they had not obtained converts and power before the war of 1562. The history of the Reformation in France is a mournful one, but it presents names to our notice which every good heart must delight to honour, and foremost of these is the name of Gaspard de Coligni, the statesman, the soldier, and the saint, who long was the stoutest champion of the Protestant cause, and finally became the most glorious of its many martyrs. Unlike his comrade Condé, he was proof against the vicious blandishments of the enemy's court, as well as against the terrors of their camps. Familiar with defeat, he never learned despair. Hallam has well compared his indomitable energy to the atrocum animam Catonis. But the Huguenot chief, while fully equal to the ancient Roman in probity, in self-reliance, and in unflinching fortitude, was far superior to him in comprehensiveness of judgment and in fertility of resources, and, moreover, the affectionate gentleness which marked the private life of Coligni contrasts favourably with the stoic coarseness by which the character of Cato was deformed. The father of Coligni was head of an ancient and noble house, and was the seigneur of Châtillon-sur-Lion. At his death in 1522 he left 3 sons then of tender years, all of whom became eminent in French history, and all of whom embraced the Protestant doctrines, though trained up in the Romish Church. The elder brother, who was known as the Cardinal de Châtillon, was raised to that high ecclesiastical dignity by Clement VII in 1533. Chiefly through the influence which his younger brother exerted over him, he became a convert to the tenets of the Reformers in his middle age, and took part in the early scenes of the civil wars. After the reverse which his party sustained at the battle of St. Denis, he fled to England, where he died in 1571. The younger brother, Dandelot, was the first of the 3 who became a Protestant. He was a skilful and gallant soldier, and signalized himself repeatedly by his enterprise, his inexhaustible resources, and undaunted spirit, as a commander of the Huguenot forces from the first outbreak of the religious wars until his death soon after the battle of Jarnac in 1569. Gaspar, the great Coligni, or the Admiral, as he is often termed, from having held the titular office of Admiral of France, was the middle one of the 3 brothers, and was born at Châtillon-sur-Lion, February 16, 1517. He served with distinction in the later wars of Francis I. against Spain, and with his brother Dandelot received knighthood on the field of battle at Cerisoles. He was afterward raised to the important post of Colonel General of the French infantry, and in 1552 was nominated by Henry II. Admiral of France. He was taken prisoner at St. Quentin by the Spaniards, and underwent a long captivity in Spain before he regained his liberty by payment of a heavy ransom. During the long hours of solitude and compulsory inaction which he passed in his Spanish prison, he meditated deeply and earnestly on religious subjects, and after his return to France the conversation of his brother Dandelot, who had already joined the Huguenots, confirmed the bias to the Protestant doctrines which his own studies and deliberations had created. Coligni now resigned all his appointments and preferments except the nominal rank of admiral, and retired to his estates, where he passed his time in fervent devotion, and in the enjoyment of the calm happiness of domestic life. But the cry of suffering which rose from his fellow Protestants, against whom the pernicious influence of the princes of Lorraine in the French court kindled the fires of persecution throughout France, soon drew him from his blameless and cherished repose. He at first sought to provide for them a refuge from oppression by founding colonies of French Protestants in America, but his projects proved unsuccessful, and as the tyranny of the violent party among the French Catholics grew more and more alarming, Coligni deemed that both honour and conscience required him to stand openly forward in behalf of his co-religionists. No class of men were ever more long-suffering, or showed more unwillingness to rise in arms against their domestic tyrants, than the much calumniated Huguenots of France. When we read the hideous edicts that were promulgated against them, and which were not mere empty threats, but were carried into execution throughout the land with unrelenting and strenuous ferocity, we feel that if ever the right of self-defence can make an appeal to arms justifiable, it was so in their instance. Extermination, or apostasy, formed the only chance that their rulers offered them. Mackintosh, in his History of the English Revolution of 1688, has truly termed the question of when subjects are justified in making war on their sovereign a tremendous problem; but the same admirable writer has bequeathed to us a full and luminous code of the rules and principles of immutable morality, by which this awful issue must be tried, and no one who is familiar with these principles can hesitate in pronouncing that the war on the part of the French Huguenots was lawful and laudable before God and man. Coligni is peculiarly free from the heavy imputation which insurrectionary leaders incur, however great their provocation, who introduce the appeal of battle in civil controversy, and, to use the emphatic language of Milton, let loose a sword of intestine war, soaking the land in her own gore, before every other possible mode of obtaining protection from further enormous wrong has been attempted, and attempted in vain. He was wholly unconnected with the enterprise, known in French history as the conspiracy of Amboise, by which some of the Protestant chiefs designed to withdraw the young king, Francis II., forcibly from the influence of the Guises, and which may be considered the first overt act of insurrection. Not that Condé is to be condemned for that effort, but the admiral's exceeding loyalty is proved by his having kept aloof from it. Coligni continued to seek security for his co-religionists by peaceable means, for 2 years after that unsuccessful enterprise, from the savage reprisals of the court upon its authors. He seemed at one time to be successful in his blameless exertions, and in the Assembly of Notables, held in January 1562, an edict was issued, called the Edict of Pacification, giving a partial toleration to the Protestant creed, and suspending all penal proceedings on the ground of religion. This was all that Coligni strove for. He said at the time to some of his adherents, "If we have our religion, what do we want more?" But those who had made this concession were treacherous as they were cruel, and the fair promise which France seemed to have acquired of tranquillity was destined to be soon destroyed. Two powerful parties were arrayed against the Huguenots, one of which consisted of their avowed and implacable enemies. This was headed by the Guises, with whom Constable Montmorency and the Maréchal St. André had been induced to enter into league. Less fanatically violent, but far more formidable, through its false show of moderation and favour, was the party of the Queen Mother, Catherine de Medici. Catherine dreaded the power of the House of Guise, and was often glad to avail herself of the Protestant interest as a counterpoise against them. But though the jealousy which animated herself and her sons against the princes of Lorraine was great, their hatred of the Huguenots was greater, and their occasional simulation of friendship enabled them to wreak it more malignantly and more completely. They had sided with Coligni and Condé and the other Protestant chiefs in enacting the Edict of Pacification, and had thereby given a check to the power of the Duke of Guise and his confederates. But when their temporary purpose was served, the wise provisions of that edict were set at naught, and Protestants were again exposed to outrage and slaughter at the hands of their foes, nor could any redress be obtained from the royal tribunals. At length occurred the massacre of Vassy, where the armed followers of the Duke of Guise attacked a defenceless body of Protestants, while engaged in the services of the Church, and slaughtered several hundreds of them under the eye of Guise, if not by his order. Reeking from this carnage, the bands of the Lorraines entered Paris, where they were enthusiastically received by the fanatic populace, which was devoted to the Catholic cause. Condé now left the capital, and summoned the Protestant nobility and gentry to rally round him in defence of their lives and their creed. Coligni long delayed joining him, and evinced a hesitation and a reluctance to embark in civil war, which emphatically attest the goodness, while they in no degree detract from the greatness, of his character. His wife, who naturally thought that anxiety on her account aided in restraining him, exhorted him in words of more than Roman magnanimity to arm in defence of the 1,000 destined victims, who looked up to him for guidance and protection. Coligni urged on her and on the friends who thronged round him the fearful risks of the enterprise, and his earnest desire to wait in patience for better times, and rest upon the public faith rather than justify persecution by having recourse to violence. Unconvinced and undaunted, the heroine renewed her entreaties of the lingering hero. She told him that such prudence was not wisdom toward God. D'Aubigné professes to report this remarkable conversation from the lips of those who were present, and he states that she proceeded to urge on him these words: "God has bestowed on you the genius of a great captain. Will you refuse the use of it to his children? You have confessed to the justice of their cause. Is not the knightly sword you bear pledged to the defence of the oppressed? Sir, my heart bleeds for our slaughtered brethren, and their blood cries out to God and heaven against you as the murderer of those whom you might have saved." "Since," replied the Admiral, "the reasons which I have this evening alleged against an ineffectual resistance have made so little impression upon your mind, lay your hand upon your heart and answer me this question. Could you, without murmuring against Providence and the husband to whom Heaven has united you, receive the news of a general defeat, are you prepared to endure the opprobrium of your enemies, the reproaches of your friends, the treachery of partisans, the curses of the people, confiscation, flight, exile, the insolence of the English, the quarrels of the Germans, shame, nakedness, hunger, and, what is worse, to suffer all this in your children? Are you prepared to see your husband branded as a rebel and dragged to a scaffold, while your children, disgraced and ruined, are begging their bread at the hands of their enemies? And I give you 8 days to reflect upon it, and when you shall be well prepared for such reverses, I will be ready to set forward and perish with you and our mutual friends." "The 8 days are already expired," she cried. "Go, sir, where your duty calls you. Heaven will not give the victory to our enemies. In the name of God, I call upon you to resist no longer, but to save our brethren, or die in the attempt." On the next morning Coligni was on horseback, with all his retainers round him, and with a heavy heart but a clear conscience he rode on his way to join Condé at Meaux, which was now, in the early spring of 1562, the headquarters of the insurgent Huguenots. The high rank of the Prince of Condé, as well as his brilliant abilities and chivalrous courage, caused him to be acknowledged as chief of the Protestant party, but Coligni was looked on by friends and foes as the main pillar of their cause, and it was he that gave organisation to the volunteers who flocked round himself and the Prince, first at Meaux, and afterward in greater numbers at Orleans, when, toward the end of March, they succeeded in occupying that important city, and making it a centre of operations for the Huguenot confederacy. Like Cromwell in after times, Coligni relied on the religious enthusiasm as well as the natural bravery of his troops. He exercised them by preaching and prayer as well as by drilling and manoeuvring. He inspired them with his own spirit of austere devotion to their cause, and the Huguenot army was in its first campaigns as conspicuous for good order and morality as for valour, though by degrees it became tainted with a tendency to marauding and to brutal violence. The Roman Catholic party now sought support from Philip II. of Spain, from the Duke of Savoy, the Emperor, and other foreign princes of their creed, and the Huguenots, to the deep regret of Coligni, were compelled to strengthen themselves by similar negotiations. The English Queen, Elizabeth, promised succours in men and money, on condition of Havre, which city, like most of the other strong places in Normandy, was devoted to the Protestant cause, being placed in her power as a security for repayment. The German Lutheran princes permitted a large auxiliary force of lansquenets and heavy armed cavalry to be raised among their subjects in behalf of the French Protestants, and Dandelot was despatched into Germany to place himself at their head and lead them across the Rhine, a difficult operation, which he accomplished with great skill, and joined his brothers and Condé at Plouviers near Orleans late in the year, and at a crisis when the fortunes of the Protestant party appeared reduced to a very low ebb, as in the interval which had elapsed since the commencement of the war, though there had been no engagement between the two main armies. The Royalists had gained numerous advantages, and had captured many towns, both in the south and in Normandy, which had originally declared for the insurgents. Coligni and Condé, with their troops and their German allies now (December 1562), marched upon Paris, but finding it hopeless to attempt the storm or siege of the capital, they led their army toward Normandy, desiring to form a junction with the English troops at Havre. The royal forces, commanded nominally by the Constable Montmorency and the Maréchal de Saint-André, but in which the Duke of Guise was also present, marched for some days on their flank, till the two armies came into collision on December 19th at Dreux, where the first battle of the civil wars was fought. In this action, after many vicissitudes of fortune, the Duke of Guise secured the victory for the Roman Catholics, and Condé was taken prisoner. Coligni led the remains of the Protestant army back to Orleans, whither the Duke of Guise, at the head of a largely recruited army, flushed by their recent victory, soon advanced, with the intention of crushing insurrection and Protestantism by the capture of their stronghold. Coligni's situation now seemed desperate. His German mercenaries in arrear of pay threatened to desert him. The funds which he had been able to collect for the conduct of the war were exhausted, and he was utterly unable to encounter the numerous and well-appointed forces of Guise. In this emergency he formed the bold plan of leaving his brother Dandelot, with the bulk of the infantry, to defend Orleans, while he himself led the cavalry and a few companies of foot again to Normandy, and again attempted to avail himself of the English supplies of money and troops. In spite of the mutinous murmurings of the German Reisters, in spite of the attempts which the Roman Catholic commanders made to intercept him, Coligni executed his daring scheme. Havre was reached, the English subsidies were secured, and the rich and powerful city of Caen voluntarily placed itself in Coligni's power. Meanwhile, Orleans had been well defended by Dandelot, and the great chief of the Roman Catholics, the Duke of Guise, had died by the hand of an assassin. Some attempts were made to implicate Coligni in the guilt of this murder, but the admiral indignantly denied the charge, nor is there any ground for believing him to have had the least cognizance of Poltrot's crime. The death of Guise made a temporary pacification easy, and the Edict of Amboise on March 19, 1563, by which a narrow and restricted permission for the exercise of the Protestant religion was allowed, closed the first war. This peace on the part of the Royalists was only a hollow and a treacherous truce. Fresh communications with Philip II were opened, and an interview took place in 1564 at Bayonne between Catherine, her son Charles IX, and the Duke of Alva. There is every reason to believe that at this meeting the destruction of the Protestants by craft or by force was concerted. The Treaty of Amboise was now openly and repeatedly violated by the frantic party of the French Roman Catholics, and the Huguenots were again driven to take up arms in self-defence. Condé and Coligni advanced upon Paris, and fought on November 10th, 1567, the sanguinary battle of Saint-Denis against the Royalist forces. The Huguenots were beaten, but Coligni rallied them, and marching toward the Meuse, effected a junction with fresh bands of German auxiliaries. The war now raged with redoubled horror in every district of France. Alarmed at the strength of the Huguenot army, Catherine tried and successfully exerted her powers of persuasion and deceit over Condé, and a second faithless peace, called the Treaty of Longjumeau, was concluded. But when the Huguenot forces were disbanded and their German auxiliaries dismissed, the Royalists renewed the war. In 1569 the indiscreet spirit of Condé brought the Protestants into action at Jarnac, under heavy disadvantages, against the flower of the Catholic army. Condé was killed in the battle, and a large part of his forces routed with heavy slaughter. But Coligni was again the Ajax of the cause, covering the retreat, and reorganized the fugitives for fresh exertions. But the waves of calamity were not yet spent. The hostile armies met again at Moncontour, and the Protestants sustained the most complete and murderous overthrow that had been dealt to them throughout the war. Coligni's brother, the gallant Dandelot, was mortally wounded in this disastrous field. Many of the staunchest friends had fallen. Many abandoned him, and he found himself a fugitive, with only a few bands of mutineers around him, the wreck of the gallant army that he had lately led. But it was in this depth of gloom that the true heroic lustre of his soul was seen. Fearless himself of what man could do unto him, he calmed the panic of his followers, and inspired them with his own energy. He who has innate strength to stand amid the storm will soon find others flock around and fortify him while they seek support for themselves. When it was known that Coligni's banner still was flying, the Protestants of France and Eastern Germany, who at first had been stunned by the report of Moncontour, thronged to him as to a strong tower in the midst of trouble. While the Royalists were exulting at the fancied annihilation of their foe, they suddenly learned that Coligni was approaching the capital, at the head of the largest army that the Huguenots had yet sent into the field. Again the device of a treacherous pacification was attempted, and again it prevailed. Coligni was warned of the personal danger that he incurred by trusting the faith of a Medici and a Guise, but he replied that he would rather lay down his life than see France continue the victim of the woes of civil war. The Treaty of Saint-Germain was signed on August 8, 1570, and on August 24, 1572, the massacre of St. Bartholomew attested with what worse than Punic faith the crowned conspirators of the French court had planned it. In the interval the most detestable and elaborate hypocrisy was employed to lull the suspicions of the Huguenot chiefs, and to bring them defenceless into the power of their enemies. At last, in the summer of 1572, they were collected in Paris, under the pretence of being the honoured guests of the French king, at the nuptials of his sister with Henry of Navarre. An attempt was made on the life of Coligni by an assassin, in which the admiral was severely wounded. The king and his courtiers affected the utmost indignation at this crime, and the warmest sympathy with the suffering veteran. But in the early dawn of the day appointed for the most unchristian carnage that ever defiled the earth, a party of murderers, headed by the young Duke of Guise himself, broke open the doors of the house where Coligni lay, and Besme, one of the Duke's domestics, entered with a drawn sword into the room where the admiral was sitting in an armchair. "Young man," said he, undisturbed, "you ought to respect my grey hairs. But do as you please. You can only shorten my life a few days." Besme thrust him through in many places, and then threw his body, still breathing, out of the window into the court, where it fell at the feet of the Duke of Guise. The minions of the Louvre flocked around in hideous glee, to insult the lifeless form of him before whom they had so long quailed and trembled. They gibbeted their own infamy in vainly seeking to dishonour the illustrious dead. His memory is at once the glory and the shame of France, and the very land of the St. Bartholomew is, to some extent, hallowed by having been the birthplace of Coligni and the scene of his heroic career. I do not pause to describe the tardy homage which his countrymen afterward paid to the name and relics of the fallen great. These obsequies and panegyrics may be looked on as some small expiation for the national guilt of France. but Coligni needed them not. End of section 32.
Section 33 of Great Men and Famous Women, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ali Kazerani. Great Men and Famous Women, Volume 1, by Charles F. Horne. Henry IV of France, 1553 to 1610. Henry IV, the most celebrated, the most beloved, and perhaps, in spite of his many faults, the best of the French monarchs, was born at Pau, the capital of Béarn, in 1553. His parents were Antoine de Bourbon, Duke of Vendôme, and, in right of his wife, titular King of Navarre, and Jeanne d'Albert, the heiress of that kingdom. On the paternal side he traced his descent to Robert of Clermont, fifth son of Louis IX, and thus, on the failure of the elder branches, became heir to the crown of France. Educated by a Protestant mother in the Protestant faith, he was for many years the rallying point and leader of the Huguenots. In boyhood, the Prince of Béarn displayed sense and spirit above his years. Early inured to war, he was present and exhibited strong proofs of military talent at the Battle of Jarnac and that of Moncontour, both fought in 1569. In the same year he was declared chief of the Protestant League. The Treaty of Saint-Germain, concluded in 1570, guaranteed to the Huguenots the civil rights for which they had been striving, and, in appearance, to cement the union of the two parties, a marriage was proposed between Henry, who by the death of his mother had just succeeded to the throne of Navarre, and Margaret of Valois, sister of Charles IX. This match brought Condé, Coligni, and all the leaders of their party to Paris. The ceremony took place August 17, 1572, and a week later came the massacre of St. Bartholomew. For 3 years afterward, Henry, who to save his life had conformed to the established religion, was kept as a kind of state prisoner. He escaped in 1576 and put himself at the head of the Huguenot party. In the war which ensued, with the sagacity and fiery courage of the high-born general, he showed the indifference to hardships of the meanest soldier. Content with the worst fare and meanest lodging, in future times the magnificent monarch of France could recollect, when his wardrobe could not furnish him with a change of linen. He shared all fortunes with his followers, and was rewarded by their unbounded devotion. Upon the extinction of the House of Valois by the assassination of Henry III in 1589, Henry of Navarre became the rightful owner of the French throne. But his religion interfered with his claims. The League was strong in force against him. He had few friends, few fortresses, no money, and a small army. But his courage and activity made up for the scantiness of his resources. With 5,000 men he withstood the Duc de Mayenne, who was pursuing him with 25,000, and gained the Battle of Arques, in spite of the disparity. This extraordinary result may probably be ascribed in great measure to the contrast of personal character in the two generals. Mayenne was slow and indolent. Of Henry it was said that he lost less time in bed than Mayenne lost at table, and that he wore out very little broadcloth, but a great deal of boot leather. A person was once extolling the skill and courage of Mayenne in Henry's presence. "You are right," said Henry. "He is a great captain, but I have always 5 hours' start of him." Henry got up at 4 in the morning, and Mayenne about 10. The Battle of Arques was fought in the year of his accession. In the following year, 1590, he gained a splendid victory at Ivry over the Leaguers commanded by Mayenne, and a Spanish army superior in numbers. On this occasion he made that celebrated speech to his soldiers before the battle. "If you lose sight of your standards, rally round my white plume. You will always find it in the path of honor and glory." Nor is his exclamation to his victorious troops less worthy of record: "Spare the French!" Paris was soon blockaded, but the Parliament swore on the Gospels in the presence of the legate and the Spanish ambassador to refuse all proposals of accommodation. The siege was pushed to such extremities and the famine became so cruel that bread was made of human bones ground to powder. That Henry did not then master the capital, where 200,000 men were maddened with want, was owing to his own lenity. He declared that he had rather lose Paris than gain possession of it by the death of so many persons. He gave a free passage through his lines to all who were not soldiers, and allowed his own troops to send in refreshments to their friends. By this paternal kindness he lost the fruit of his labors to himself, but he also prolonged the civil war and the calamities of the kingdom at large. The approach of the Duke of Parma with a Spanish army obliged Henry to raise the siege of Paris. It was not the policy of the Spanish court to render the Leaguers independent of its assistance, and the Duke, satisfied with having relieved the metropolis, avoided an engagement, and returned to his government in the Low Countries, followed by Henry as far as the frontiers of Picardy. In 1591, Henry received succors from England and Germany, and laid siege to Rouen, but his prey was again snatched from him by the Duke of Parma. Again battle was offered and declined, and the retiring army passed the Seine in the night on a bridge of boats, a retreat the more glorious as Henry believed it to be impossible. The Duke once said of his adversary that other generals made war like lions or wild boars, but that Henry hovered over it like an eagle. During the siege of Paris, some conferences had been held between the chiefs of the two parties, which ended in a kind of accommodation. The Catholics of the king's party began to complain of his perseverance in Calvinism, and some influential men who were of the latter persuasion, especially his confidential friend and minister Rosny, represented to him the necessity of a change. Even some of the Reformed ministers softened the difficulty, by acknowledging salvation to be possible in the Roman Church. In 1593, the ceremony of abjuration was performed at Saint-Denis, in presence of a multitude of the Parisians. If, as we cannot but suppose, the monarch's conversion was owing to political motives, the apostasy must be answered for at a higher than any human tribunal. Politically viewed, it was perhaps one of the most beneficial steps ever taken toward the pacification and renewal of prosperity of a great kingdom. In the same year he was crowned at Chartres, and in 1594 Paris opened her gates to him. He had just been received into the capital, where he was conspicuously manifesting his beneficence and zeal for the public good, when he was wounded in the throat by John Chautel, a young fanatic. When the assassin was questioned, he avowed the doctrine of tyrannicide, and quoted the sermons of the Jesuits in his justification. That society, therefore, was banished by the Parliament. For 2 years after his ostensible conversion, the king was obliged daily to perform the most humiliating ceremonies, by way of penance, and it was not till 1594 that he was absolved by Clement VIII. The Leaguers then had no further pretext for rebellion, and the League necessarily was dissolved. Its chiefs exacted high terms for their submission, but the civil wars had so exhausted the kingdom that tranquility could not be too dearly purchased, and Henry was faithful to all his promises, even after his authority was so firmly established that he might have broken his word with safety to all but his own conscience and honor. Although the obligations which he had to discharge were most burdensome, he found means to relieve his people and make his kingdom prosper. The Duc de Mayenne in Burgundy and the Duc de Mercoeur in Brittany were the last to protract an unavailing resistance, but the former was reduced in 1596 and the latter in 1598, and thenceforth France enjoyed almost uninterrupted peace till Henry's death. But the Protestants gave him almost as much uneasiness as the Catholic Leaguers. He had granted liberty of conscience to the former, a measure which was admitted to be necessary by the prudent even among the latter. Nevertheless, either from vexation at his having abjured their religion, from the violence of party zeal, or disgust at being no longer the objects of royal preference, the Calvinists preferred their demands in so seditious a tone as stopped little short of a rebellious one. While on the road to Brittany, he determined to avoid greater evils by timely compromise. The Edict of Nantes was then promulgated, authorizing the public exercise of their religion in several towns, granting them the right of holding offices, putting them in possession of certain places for 8 years, as pledges for their security, and establishing salaries for their ministers. The clergy and preachers demurred, but to no purpose. The Parliament ceased to resist the arguments of the prince, when he represented to them as magistrates that the peace of the state and the prosperity of the church must be inseparable. At the same time, he endeavored to convince the bigots among the priesthood on both sides that the love of country and the performance of civil and political duties may be completely reconciled with difference of worship. But it would be unjust to attribute these enlightened views to Henry, without noticing that he had a friend as well as minister in Rosny, best known as the Duc de Sully, who probably suggested many of his wisest measures, and at all events superintended their execution, and did his best to prevent or retrieve his sovereign's errors by uncompromising honesty of advice and remonstrance. The allurements of pleasure were powerful over the enthusiastic and impassioned temperament of Henry. It was love that most frequently prevailed over the claims of duty. The beautiful Gabrielle d'Estrées became the absolute mistress of his heart, and he entertained hopes of obtaining permission from Rome to divorce Margaret de Valois, from whom he had long lived in a state of separation. Had he succeeded time enough, he contemplated the dangerous project of marrying the favorite, but her death saved him both from the hazard and disgrace. The sentence of divorce, so long solicited, was at last granted, and the king married Mary de Medici, who bore Louis XIII to him in 1601. The match, however, contributed little to his domestic happiness. While France was flourishing under a vigilant and paternal administration, while her strength was beginning to keep pace with her internal happiness, new conspiracies were incessantly formed against the king. Henriette d'Entragues, another favourite, not only exasperated the queen's peevish humour against him, but was ungrateful enough to combine with her father, the Count d'Auvergne, and the Spanish court, in a plot which was timely discovered. Spite of the many virtues and conciliatory manners of Henry, the fanatics could never pardon his former attachment to the Protestant cause. He was continually surrounded with traitors and assassins. Almost every year produced some attempt on his life, and he fell at last by the weapon of a misguided enthusiast. Shortly before his untimely end, Henry is said by some historians to have disclosed a project for forming a Christian republic. The proposal is stated to have been to divide Europe into 15 fixed powers, none of which should be allowed to make any new acquisition, but should together form an association for maintaining a mutual balance and preserving peace. This political reverie, impossible to be realized, is not likely ever to have been actually divulged, even if meditated by Henry, nor is there any trace of it to be found in the history or among the state papers of England, Venice, or Holland, the supposed co-operators in the scheme. His more rational design in arming went no further than to set bounds to the ambition and power of the House of Austria, both in Germany and Italy. Whatever may have been the motive, his means of success were imposing. He was to march into Germany at the head of 40,000 excellent troops. The army, provisions, and every other necessary were in readiness. Money no longer failed. Sully had laid up 40 millions of livres in the treasury, which were destined for this war. His alliances were already assured, his generals had been formed by himself, and all seemed to forebode such a storm as must probably have overwhelmed an emperor devoted to the search after the philosopher's stone, and a king of Spain under the dominion of the Inquisition. Henry was impatient to join his army, but his mind had become harassed with sinister forebodings, and his chagrin was increased by a temporary alienation from his faithful minister. He was on his way to pay a visit of reconciliation to Sully, when his coach was entangled as it passed along the street. His attendants left the carriage to remove the obstruction, and during the delay thus caused he was stabbed to the heart by Francis Ravaillac, a native of Angoulême. This calamitous event took place on May 14, 1610, in the 57th year of his age. The Spaniards, who had the strongest interest in the catastrophe, were supposed to have been the instigators, but the fear of implicating other powers and plunging France into greater evils than those from which their hero had rescued them, deterred not only statesmen, but even the judges on Ravaillac's trial, from pressing for the names of accomplices. Ardouin de Périfix, in his History of Henry the Great, says, "If it be asked who inspired the monster with the thought, history answers that she does not know, and that in so mysterious an affair it is not allowable to vent suspicions and conjectures as assured truths, that even the judges who conducted the examinations opened not their mouths, and spoke only with their shoulders." The assertions of Ravaillac, as far as they have any weight, discountenance the belief of an extended political conspiracy. The House of Austria, Mary de Medici his wife, Henriette d'Entragues his mistress, as well as the Duc d'Epernon, have been subjected to the hateful conjectures of Mazarin and other historians. But he who actually struck the blow invariably affirmed that he had no accomplice, and that he was carried forward by an uncontrollable instinct. If his mind were at all acted on from without, it was probably by the epidemic fanaticism of the times, rather than by personal influence. Henry left 3 sons and 3 daughters by Mary de Medici. Of no prince recorded in history, probably, are so many personal anecdotes related as of Henry IV. These are for the most part well known, and of easy access. Among them stands out prominently the tale of the Spanish ambassador who, to his astonishment, found Henry on the floor playing hobby horse for his children. "Are you a father?" asked Henry, looking up without any apparent embarrassment. "Yes, your majesty." "Then we will finish our game," said the king. And he did so, before taking up his business with the ambassador. The whole tenor of Henry's life exhibits a lofty, generous, forgiving temper, the fearless spirit which loves the excitement of danger, and that suavity of feeling and manners which, above all qualities, wins the affection of those who come within its sphere. It does not exhibit high moral or religious principle, but his weaknesses were those which the world most readily pardons, especially in a great man. If Henry had emulated the pure morals and fervent piety of his noble ancestor, Louis IX, he would have been a far better king, as well as a better man. Yet we doubt whether in that case his memory would have been cherished with such enthusiastic attachment by his countrymen. End of section 33.
Section 34 of Great Men and Famous Women, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Great Men and Famous Women, Volume 1, by Charles F. Horne. Section 34, Sir Francis Drake, 1540 to 1596. Francis Drake, the first British circumnavigator of the globe, was born in Devonshire of humble parents. So much is admitted. With respect to the date of his birth and the method of his nurture, the annalists Camden and Stowe are not agreed. By the latter we are told that Drake was born at Tavistock about 1545, and brought up under the care of a kinsman, the well-known navigator Sir John Hawkins. Camden, on the other hand, anticipates his birth by several years, and says that he was bound apprentice to a small shipowner on the coast of Kent, who, dying unmarried, in reward of his industry, bestowed his bark upon him as a legacy. Both accounts agree that in 1567 he went with Hawkins to the West Indies on a trading voyage, which gave its colour to the rest of his life. Their little squadron was obliged by stress of weather to put into San Juan de Ulua on the coast of Mexico, where, after being received with a show of amity, it was beset and attacked by a superior force, and only 2 vessels escaped. To make amends for his losses in this adventure, in the quaint language of the biographer Prince in his Worthies of Devon, Mr. Drake was persuaded by the minister of his ship that he might lawfully recover the value of the King of Spain by reprisal, and repair his losses upon him anywhere else. The case was clear in sea divinity, and few are such infidels as not to believe in doctrines which make for their profit. Whereupon Drake, though then a poor private man, undertook to revenge himself upon so mighty a monarch. In the years 1570-71, Drake made 2 voyages to the West Indies, apparently to gain more precise acquaintance with the seas, the situation, strength, and wealth of the Spanish settlements. In 1572 he sailed with 2 ships, one of 75 tons, the other of 25 tons, their united crews mustering only 73 men and boys, all volunteers. His object was to capture the now ruined city of Nombre de Dios, situated on the Isthmus of Panama, a few miles east of Portobello, then the great repository of all the treasure conveyed from Mexico to Spain. Off this coast of America his little armament was augmented by an English bark with 30 men on board, so that, deducting those whom it was necessary to leave in charge of the ships, his available force fell short of 100 men. This handful of bold men attacked the town, which was unwalled, on the night of July the 22nd, and found their way to the marketplace, where the captain received a severe wound. He concealed his hurt until the public treasury was reached, but before it could be broken open, he became faint from loss of blood, and his disheartened followers abandoned the attempt, and carried him perforce on board ship. Such at least is the account of the English. There is a Portuguese statement in Hakluyt's Voyages, less favourable both to the daring and success of the assailants. Failing in this attempt, Drake continued for some time on the coast, visiting Carthagena and other places, and making prize of various ships. And if we wonder at his hardihood in adventuring with such scanty means to remain for months in the midst of an awakened and inveterate enemy, how much more surprising is it that the wealthy, proud, and powerful monarchy of Spain should so neglect the care of its most precious colonies as to leave them unable to crush so slight a foe. The English appear to have felt perfectly at their ease. They cruised about, formed an intimate alliance with an Indian tribe named Cimarrons, the bond of union being a common hatred of the Spaniards, and built a fort on a small island of difficult access at the mouth of a river, where they remained from September the 24th to February the 3rd, 1573. On the latter day Drake set forth with one portion of his associates, under the conduct of the Cimarrons, to cross the isthmus. On the fourth day they reached a central hill, where stood a remarkable, goodly, and great high tree, in which the Indians had cut and made divers steps to ascend up near unto the top, where they had also made a convenient bower, wherein 10 or 12 men might easily sit, and from thence we might without any difficulty plainly see the Atlantic Ocean, whence we came, and the South Atlantic, that is, the Pacific, so much desired. After our captain had ascended to this bower with the chief Cimarron, and having, as it pleased God at that time, by reason of the brise, a very fair day, had seen that sea of which he had heard such golden reports, he besought Almighty God of his goodness to give him life and leave to sail once in an English ship in that sea. We quote from a tract entitled Sir Francis Drake Revived, written by some of Drake's companions, corrected, it is said, by himself, and published by his nephew in 1626, which contains a full and interesting account of this adventurous expedition. Drake's present object was to intercept a convoy of treasure on the way from Panama to Nombre de Dios. By this route the treasures of Peru and Chile, as well as Mexico, were brought to Europe, for the passage round Cape Horn was then unknown, and no ship but Magellan's had yet accomplished the passage round the world to Europe. Guided by the Cimarrons, the English approached Panama, learned that a valuable treasure was expected to pass, and beset the lonely forest road which it had to travel. But the haste of one drunken man gave a premature alarm, in consequence of which the march of the caravan was stopped, and Drake with his party, their golden hopes being thus defeated, forced their way through Venta Cruz, and returned by a shorter route to their encampment, after a toilsome and fruitless journey of 3 weeks. It was not till April 1st that the long-desired opportunity presented itself, on which day they took a caravan of mules laden with silver and a small quantity of gold. They carried off part of the spoil, and buried about 15 tons of silver, but on returning for it, they found that it had been recovered by the Spaniards. Drake returned to England on August the 9th, 1573. In dividing the treasure, he showed the strictest honour, and even generosity, yet his share was large enough to pay for fitting out 3 ships, with which he served as a volunteer in Ireland, under the Earl of Essex, and did excellent service both by sea and land in the winning of divers strong forts. In 1577 he obtained a commission from Queen Elizabeth I to conduct a squadron into the South Seas. What was the purport of the commission we do not find. It appears from subsequent passages that it gave to Drake the power of life and death over his followers, but it would seem from the Queen's hesitation in approving his proceedings that it was not intended to authorize, at least formally, his depredations on Spanish property. With 5 ships, the largest, the Pelican, of 100 tons burden, the smallest a pinnace of 15 tons, manned in all with only 164 men, Drake sailed from Plymouth on November the 15th, 1577, to visit seas where no English vessel had ever sailed. Without serious loss or adventure worthy of notice, the fleet arrived at Port St. Julian on the coast of Patagonia on June the 20th, 1578. Here the discoverer Magellan had tried and executed his second in command on the charge of mutiny, and the same spot did Drake select to perform a similar tragedy. He accused the officer next to himself, Thomas Doughty, of plots to defeat the expedition and take his life, plots undertaken, he said, before they had left England. Proofs were required and alleged, so many and so evident, that the gentleman himself, stricken with remorse, acknowledged himself to have deserved death. And of 3 things presented to him, either immediate execution, or to be set on shore on the Main, or to be sent home to answer for his conduct, he chose the former, and having at his own request received the sacrament, together with Drake, and dined with him in further token of amity, he cheerfully laid his head on the block according to the sentence pronounced by 40 of the chiefest persons in the fleet. Such is the account published by Drake's nephew in The World Encompassed, of which we shall only observe, without passing judgment on the action, that Drake's conduct in taking out a person whom he knew to be ill affected to him was as singular as is the behaviour and sudden and acute penitence attributed to Doughty. But we have no account from any friend of the sufferer. It is fair to state the judgment of Camden, who says that the more unprejudiced men in the fleet thought Doughty had been guilty of insubordination, and that Drake in jealousy removed him as a rival. But some persons, who thought they could see farther than others, said that Drake had been ordered by the Earl of Leicester to take off Doughty, because he spread a report that Leicester had procured the death of the Earl of Essex. Having remained at Port St. Julian until August the 15th, they sailed for the Straits, reached them on August the 20th, and passed safely into the Pacific on September the 6th, with 3 ships, having taken out the men and stores and abandoned the 2 smaller vessels. But there arose on the 7th a dreadful storm, which dispersed the ships. The Marigold was no more heard of, while the dispirited crew of the Elizabeth returned to England, being the first who ever passed back to the eastward through the Magellan Strait. Drake's ship was driven southward to the 56th degree, where he ran in among the islands of the extreme south of America. He fixes the farthest land to be near the 56th degree of south latitude, and thus appears to claim the honour of having discovered Cape Horne. From September the 7th to October the 28th, the adventurers were buffeted by one continued and dreadful storm, and in estimating the merits of our intrepid seamen, it is to be considered that the seas were utterly unknown and feared by all, those who had tried to follow in Magellan's course having seldom succeeded, and then with much pain and loss, and little fruit of their voyage, that their vessels were of a class which is now hardly used for more than coasting service, and that the imperfection of instruments and observations laid them under disadvantages which are now removed by the ingenuity of our artists. Add to this, that as the Spaniards gave out that it was impossible to repass the straits, there remained no known way to quit the hostile shores of America but by traversing the unexplored Pacific. The storm at length ceased, and the lonely Pelican, which Drake, however, had renamed the Golden Hind, ran along the coast of Lima and Peru, reaping a golden harvest from the careless security of those who never thought to see an enemy on that side of the globe. There is something rather revolting, but very indicative of the temper of the age, in the constant reference to the guidance and protection of God, mixed with a quiet jocularity with which Master Francis Fletcher, preacher in this employment, from whose notes The World Encompassed, which is a narrative of this voyage, was compiled, speaks of acts very little different from highway robbery, such as would now be held disgraceful in open war. As for instance, on meeting a Spaniard driving 8 llamas, each laden with 100 pounds weight of silver, they offered their service without entreaty, and became drovers, not enduring to see a gentleman Spaniard turned carrier, enriched by the most valuable spoil, jewels, gold, and silver. Drake steered to the northward, hoping to discover a homeward passage in that quarter. In the 48th degree of north latitude, in what is now the state of Washington, he was stopped by the cold, and, determining to traverse the Pacific, he landed, careened his ship, and, in the Queen's name, took possession of the country, which he named New Albion, on September the 29th, 1579. He sailed again, and reached the Molucca Islands on November the 4th. In his passage thence to the island of Celebes, he incurred the most imminent danger of the whole voyage. The ship struck, as they were sailing before a fair wind, on a reef of rocks, so precipitous that it was impossible to lay out an anchor to heave her off. They stuck fast in this most hazardous situation for 8 hours. At the end of that time the wind shifted, and the ship, lightened of part of her guns and cargo, reeled off into deep water without serious injury. Had the sea risen, she must have been wrecked. This was Drake's last mishap. He reached Plymouth in the autumn of 1580, after nearly 3 years' absence. Accounts differ as to the exact date of his arrival. Since Drake had for this voyage the Queen's commission, by which we must suppose the licence to rob the Spaniards to have been at least tacitly conceded, he seems to have been rather hardly used, in being left from November to April in ignorance how his bold adventure was received at court. Among the people it created a great sensation, with much diversity of opinion, some commending it as a notable instance of English valour and maritime skill, and a just reprisal upon the Spaniards for their faithless and cruel practices; others styling it a breach of treaties little better than piracy, and such as it was neither expedient nor decent for a trading nation to encourage. During this interval Drake must have felt his situation unpleasant and precarious, but the Queen turned the scale in his favour by going, on April 4th, 1581, to dine on board his ship at Deptford, on which occasion she declared her entire approbation of his conduct, and conferred on him the honour, and such it then was, of knighthood. His ship she ordered to be preserved as a monument of his glory. Having fallen to decay, it was at length broken up. A chair made out of its planks was presented to the University of Oxford, and probably is still to be seen in the Bodleian Library. Cowley wrote a Pindaric ode upon it. Drake had now established his reputation as the first seaman of the day, and in 1585 the Queen, having resolved on war, entrusted him with the command of an expedition against the Spanish colonies. He burnt or put to ransom the cities of St. Jago, near Cape Verde, St. Domingo, Carthagena, and others, and returned to England, having fully answered the high expectations which were entertained of him. He was again employed with a larger force of 30 ships in 1587, with which he entered the port of Cadiz, burnt 10,000 tons of shipping, which were to form part of the Armada, took the castle of Cape St. Vincent, and sailing to the Azores, made prize of a large and wealthy ship on its way from the Indies. Still more eminent were his services against the Armada in the following year, in which he served as vice-admiral under Lord Howard of Effingham. But these are well-known passages of history, and we have shortened our account of them to relate at more length the early incidents of Drake's adventurous life. In 1589, Sir Francis Drake and Sir John Norris were joined in the command of an expedition meant to deliver Portugal from the dominion of Spain. This failed, as many expeditions have done in which the sea and land services were meant to act together, and, as usual, each party threw the blame on the other. Drake's plan appears to have been most judicious. It was at least accordant with his character, downright and daring. He wished to sail straight for Lisbon and surprise the place, but Norris was bent on landing at Corunna, where he did indeed some harm to the Spaniards, but no service toward the real objects of the expedition. When the land forces did at last besiege Lisbon, Drake was unwilling or unable to force his way up the Tagus to cooperate with them, and for this he was afterward warmly blamed by Norris. He defended himself by stating that the time misspent by the English at Corunna had been well employed by the Spaniards in fortifying Lisbon, and we fully believe that neither fear nor jealousy would have made him hesitate at anything which he thought to be for the good of the service. This miscarriage, though for a time it cast something of a cloud upon Drake's fame, did not prevent his being again employed in 1595, when the Queen, at the suggestion of himself and Sir John Hawkins, determined to send out another expedition against Spanish America under those two eminent navigators, the expenses of which were in great part to be defrayed by themselves and their friends. Great hope was naturally conceived of this expedition, the largest which had yet been sent against that quarter, for it consisted of 30 vessels and 2,500 men. The chief object was to sail to Nombre de Dios, march to Panama, and there seize the treasure from Peru. But the blow, which should have been struck immediately, was delayed by a feint on the part of the Spaniards to invade England. The Plate fleet arrived in safety, and the Spanish colonies were forewarned. Hawkins died, it was said of grief at the ruined prospects of the expedition, on November the 12th. While the fleet lay before Puerto Rico, and on the same evening, Drake had a narrow escape from a cannonball which carried the stool from under him as he sat at supper, and killed 2 of his chief officers. Repulsed from Puerto Rico, the admiral steered for the Spanish Main, where he burnt several towns, and among them Nombre de Dios. He then sent a strong detachment of 750 men against Panama, but they found the capture of that city impracticable. Soon afterward he fell sick of a fever, and died on January the 28th, 1596. His death, like that of his coadjutor, is attributed to mental distress, and nothing is more probable than that disappointment may have made that noxious climate more deadly. Hints of poisoning were thrown out, but this is a surmise easily and often lightly made. Thus, says Fuller, in his Holy State, an extempore performance, scarce heard to be begun before we hear it is ended, comes off with better applause, or miscarries with less disgrace, than a long-studied and openly premeditated action. Besides, we see how great spirits, having mounted up to the highest pitch of performance, afterwards strain and break their credits in trying to go beyond it. We will not justify all the actions of any man, though of a tamer profession than a sea captain, in whom civility is often counted preciseness. For the main, we say that this our captain was a religious man toward God, and his houses, generally speaking, churches, where he came chaste in his life, just in his dealings, true of his word, and merciful to those that were under him, hating nothing so much as idleness. To these good qualities we may add that he was kind and considerate to his sailors, though strict in the maintenance of discipline, and liberal on fit occasions, though a strict economist. He cut a watercourse from Buckland Abbey to Plymouth, a distance of 7 miles in a straight line, and 30 by the windings of the conduit, to supply the latter town with fresh water, which before was not to be procured within the distance of a mile. He is honourably distinguished from the atrocious race of buccaneers, to whom his example in some sort gave rise, by the humanity with which he treated his prisoners, and it should be mentioned, as a proof of his judicious benevolence, that in conjunction with Sir John Hawkins he procured the establishment of the chest at Chatham for the relief of aged or sick seamen, out of their own voluntary contributions. The faults ascribed to him are ambition, inconstancy in friendship, and too much desire of popularity. In person, Drake was low, but strongly made, well favoured, fair, and of a cheerful countenance. He left no issue. His nephew was created a baronet by James I, and the title is still extant. End of section 34. Recording by Steve Chilvers, Norwich, England.
Section 35 of Great Men and Famous Women, Volume 1, by Charles F. Horne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dave Harrell. Great Men and Famous Women, Volume 1, by Charles F. Horne. Sir Walter Raleigh, 1552 to 1618. Very little is known concerning the youth of Sir Walter Raleigh. He was a younger son, descended of an ancient family, and was born at a farm called Hayes, near the mouth of the River Otter, in Devonshire, in the year 1552. He went to Oriel College, Oxford, at an early age, and gained high praise for the quickness and precocity of his talents. In 1569, he began his military career in the civil wars of France as a volunteer in the Protestant cause. It is conjectured that he remained in France for more than 6 years and returned to England in 1576. Soon after, he repaired to the Netherlands and served as a volunteer against the Spaniards. In such schools and under such leaders as Coligny and the Prince of Orange, Raleigh's natural aptitude for political and military science received the best nurture, but he was soon drawn from the war in Holland by a pursuit which had captivated his imagination from an early age. the prosecution of discovery in the New World. In conjunction with his half-brother, Sir Humphrey Gilbert, a man of courage and ability, and a skillful sailor, he made an unsuccessful attempt to establish a colony in North America. Returning home in 1579, he immediately entered the Queen's army in Ireland and served with good esteem for personal courage and professional skill until the suppression of the rebellion in that country. He owed his introduction to court and the personal favor of Elizabeth, as is traditionally reported, to a fortunate and well-improved accident, which is too familiar to need repetition here. It is probable, however, that his name and talents were not unknown, for we find him employed almost immediately in certain matters of diplomacy. Among the cares and pleasures of a courtier's life, Raleigh preserved his zeal for American discovery. He applied his own resources to the fitting out of another expedition in 1583, under the command of Sir Humphrey Gilbert, which proved more unfortunate than the former one. 2 out of 5 vessels returned home in consequence of sickness, and 2 were wrecked, including that in which the admiral sailed. And the only result of the enterprise was the taking possession of Newfoundland in the name of England. Still, Raleigh's desire for American adventure was not dampened. The continent northward of the Gulf of Florida was at this time unknown. But Raleigh, upon careful study of the best authorities, had concluded that there was good reason for believing that a considerable tract of land did exist in that quarter, and with the assent of the Queen and Council, from whom he obtained letters patent, granting to himself and his heirs, under certain reservations, property in such countries as he should discover, with a right to provide for their protection and administration, he fitted out 2 ships, which sailed in April 1584. The first land which they made was an island named Ocracoke, running parallel to the coast of North Carolina. They were well received by the natives and returned to England in the following autumn, highly pleased. Nor was less satisfaction felt by Raleigh, or even by the Queen, who conferred on him the honor of knighthood, a title which was then in high esteem, inasmuch as it was bestowed by that wise princess with the most frugal and just discrimination. She also gave him a very lucrative mark of favor, in the shape of a patent for licensing the selling of wine throughout the kingdom, and she directed that the new country, in allusion to herself, should be called Virginia. Raleigh did not think it politic, perhaps it was not allowed, to quit the court to take charge in person of his undertaking, and those to whom he entrusted the difficult task of directing the infant colony appear to have been unequal to their office. It is not necessary to pursue the history of an enterprise which proved unsuccessful, and in which Sir Walter personally bore no share. He showed his earnestness by fitting out several expeditions, which must have been a heavy drain upon his fortune. But he is said to have derived immense wealth from prizes captured from the Spaniards, and we may here observe that the lavish magnificence in dress, especially in jewels, for which Raleigh was remarkable, even in the gorgeous court of Elizabeth. His state dress is said to have been enriched with jewels to the value of £60,000, may be considered less as an extravagance than as a safe and portable investment of treasure. A mind less active might have found employment more than enough in the variety of occupations which pressed upon it at home. He possessed a large estate, granted out of forfeited lands in Ireland, but this was always a source rather of expense than of profit, until in 1601 he sold it to the Earl of Cork. He was seneschal of the duchies of Cornwall and Exeter, and held the wardenship of the Stannaries. And in 1586, as well as formerly in 1584, we find that he possessed a seat in Parliament. In 1587, the formidable preparation of the Spanish Armada withdrew the mind of Raleigh, as of all Englishmen, from objects of minor importance to the defense of their country. He was a member of the Council of War, directed to prepare a general scheme of defense, and held the office of Lieutenant General of Cornwall, in addition to the charge of the Isle of Portland. But as on this occasion, he possessed no naval command. He was not actively engaged in the destruction of that mighty armament. In 1589, he served as a volunteer in the expedition of Norris and Drake to Portugal, of which some account has been given in the life of the latter. Nor were his labors unrewarded, even in that unfortunate enterprise, for he captured several prizes, and received the present of a gold chain from the Queen, in testimony of her approbation of his conduct. Soon after these events, Raleigh retired to his Irish property, being driven from court, according to some authorities, by the enmity of the Earl of Essex, then a young man just rising into favor. He there renewed a former intimacy with the poet Spenser, who, like himself, has been rewarded with a grant of land out of forfeited estates, and then resided at Kilcolman Castle. Spenser has celebrated the return of his friend in the beautiful pastoral, Colin Clout's Come Home Again, and in that and various passages of his works has made honorable mention of the highly poetic spirit which enabled the Shepherd of the Ocean, as he is there denominated, to appreciate the merit of the Fairy Queen, and led him to promote the publication of it by every means in his power. The loss of Raleigh's court favor, if such there were, could not have been of long duration on this occasion, but he incurred more serious displeasure in consequence of a private marriage contracted with Elizabeth Throgmorton, one of the Queen's maids of honor, a lady of beauty and accomplishments, who proved her worth and fidelity in the long train of misfortunes which beset the latter years of Raleigh's life. In consequence of this intrigue, he was committed to the Tower. One or two amusing anecdotes are related of the devices which he employed to obtain forgiveness, by working on that vanity which was the Queen's chief foible. He succeeded in appeasing his indignant mistress so far as to procure his release, and about the same time, in 1594, she granted to him the valuable manor of Sherborne in Dorsetshire. But though she requited his services, she still forbade his appearance at court, where he now held the office of captain of the yeomen of the guard. Raleigh was peculiarly fitted to adorn a court by his imposing person, the graceful magnificence of his taste and habits, the elegance of his manners, and the interest of his conversation. These accomplishments were sure passports to the favor of Elizabeth, and he improved to the utmost the constant opportunities of intercourse with her which his post afforded, insomuch that, except the Earls of Leicester and Essex, no one ever seems to have stood higher in her graces. But Elizabeth's jealousy on the subject of her favorite's marriage is well known, and her anger was lasting, in proportion to the value which she set on the incense of Raleigh's flattery. He retired on his disgrace to his new estate, in the improvement and embellishment of which he felt great interest. But though deeply alive to the beauties of nature, he had been too long trained to a life of ambition and adventure to rest contented in the tranquil routine of a country life, and during this period of seclusion he again turned his thoughts to his favorite subject of American adventure, and laid the scheme of his first expedition to Guiana, in search of the celebrated El Dorado, the fabled seat of inexhaustible wealth. Having fitted out, with the assistance of other private persons, a considerable fleet, Raleigh sailed from Plymouth February 6, 1595. He left his ships in the mouth of the river Orinoco, and sailed 400 miles into the interior in boats. It is to be recorded to his honor that he treated the Indians with great kindness, which contrasted with the savage conduct of the Spaniards, raised so friendly a feeling toward him that for years his return was eagerly expected, and at length was hailed with delight. The hardships of the undertaking and the natural advantages of the country which he explored are eloquently described in his own account of the discovery of Guiana. But the setting in of the rainy season rendered it necessary to return, without having reached the promised land of wealth, and Raleigh reaped no other fruit of his adventure than a certain quantity of geographical knowledge, and a full conviction of the importance of colonizing and taking possession of the newly discovered region. This continued through life to be his favorite scheme, but neither Elizabeth nor her successor could be induced to view it in the same favorable light. On reaching England, he found the Queen still unappeased, nor was he suffered to appear at court, and he complains in pathetic terms of the cold return with which his perils and losses were requited. But he was invested with a high command in the expedition of 1596, by which the Spanish fleet was destroyed in the harbor of Cadiz. And to his judgment and temper in overruling the faulty schemes proposed by others, the success of that enterprise was chiefly due. Indeed, his services were perhaps too important, and too justly appreciated by the public for his own interests. For the great and general praise bestowed on him on this occasion tended to confirm a jealousy of long standing on the part of the commander-in-chief, the Earl of Essex. And it was probably owing to that favorite's influence that Raleigh was still forbidden the Queen's presence. Essex and the Secretary of State, Sir Robert Cecil, regarded each other with mutual distrust and dislike. Cecil and Raleigh were connected by ties of common interest, and, as the latter supposed, of friendship. Still, Raleigh found the interest of the minister too weak to serve his purpose, while the interest of the favorite was employed against him. And as the only method of effecting his own restoration to the Queen's favor, he undertook to work a reconciliation between these two powerful rivals. In this he succeeded, to the great admiration of all spectators, and the fruit of his policy was seen in his readmission to the execution of his official duties at court, June 1st, 1597. In the following August he was appointed rear admiral in the expedition called the Island Voyage, of which Essex held the chief command. The slight successes which were obtained were again due to the military talents of Raleigh. The main objects of the voyage were lost through the Earl's inexperience. From this time to the death of the Queen, Raleigh enjoyed an uninterrupted course of favor. Elizabeth was now old. Cecil took no steps to diminish the high esteem in which she held Sir Walter Raleigh. But he secretly labored to prejudice her successor against him, and he succeeded to his wish. Very soon after the accession of James I, Raleigh's post of captain of the guard was taken from him, and his patent of wines was revoked, though not without a nominal compensation being made. To complete his ruin, it was contrived to involve him in a charge of treason. Most writers have concurred in speaking of this passage of history as inexplicable. It is the opinion of the last historian of Raleigh, Mr. Tytler, that he has found sufficient evidence for regarding the whole plot as a device of Cecil, and he has supported this opinion by cogent arguments. Lord Cobham, a violent and ambitious but weak man, had engaged in private dealings with the Spanish ambassador, which brought him under the suspicion of the government. By a device of Cecil's, we here follow the account of Mr. Tytler, he was induced in a fit of anger, and in the belief that Raleigh had given information against him, to accuse Sir Walter himself of being privy to a conspiracy against the government. This charge Cobham retracted, confirmed, and retracted again, behaving in so equivocal a manner that no reliance whatever can be placed on any of his assertions. But as the king was afraid of Raleigh as much as the secretary hated him, this vague charge, unsupported by other evidence, was made sufficient to commit him to the Tower, and after being plied with private examinations, in which nothing criminal could account of that memorable scene, we shall refer to Mr. Hardine's Criminal Trials, Volume 1. It is reported to have been said by one of the judges who presided over it, on his deathbed, that the justice of England has never been so degraded and injured as by the condemnation of Sir Walter Raleigh. The behavior of the victim himself was the object of universal admiration, for the tempered mixture of patience and noble spirit with which he bore the oppressive measure dealt to him. He had before been unpopular, but it was recorded by an eyewitness that he behaved himself so worthily, so wisely, and so temperately, that in half a day the mind of all the company was changed from the extremest hate to the extremest pity. The sentence of death, thus unfairly and disgracefully obtained, was not immediately carried into execution. James was not satisfied with the evidence adduced on the trial, and believing at the same time that Raleigh had been plotting against him, he set his royal wit to dive into the mystery. Of the singular scene which the Briton Solomon devised, it is not necessary to speak, since Raleigh was not an actor in it. But as no more evidence could be obtained against him, even by the king's sagacity, he was reprieved and remanded to the Tower, where the next 12 years of his life were spent in confinement. Fortunately, he had never ceased to cultivate literature with a zeal not often found in the soldier and politician, and he now beguiled the tedium of his lot by an entire devotion to those studies which before had only served to diversify his more active and engrossing pursuits. Of his poetical talents we have already made short mention. To the end of life, he continued the practice of pouring out his mind in verse, and there are several well-known and beautiful pieces expressive of his feelings in prison, and in the anticipation of immediate death, especially The Lie, and the beautiful little poem called The Pilgrimage. He also possessed a strong turn for mathematics, and studied them with much success in the society and under the guidance of his friend Thomas Hariot, one of the most accomplished mathematicians of the age. Chemistry was another favorite pursuit, in which, according to the standard of his contemporaries, he made great progress. But the most important occupation of his imprisonment was the composition of the History of the World. The work extends from the creation to the end of the Second Macedonian War. Raleigh meant to bring it down to modern times, but the untimely death of Henry, Prince of Wales, for whose use it was composed, deprived him of the spirit to proceed with so laborious an undertaking. He enjoyed the confidence of that generous youth in a remarkable degree, and maintained a close correspondence with him on civil, military, and naval subjects. Several discourses on these topics, addressed to the prince, will be found in the editions of Raleigh's works. Henry repaid these services with sincere friendship and admiration, and we may presume that his adviser looked forward to that friendship, not only for a cessation of misfortune, but for a more brilliant period of favor and power than he had yet enjoyed. Fortunately, however, his patron's death was preceded by that of his arch-enemy, Cecil, and through the mediation of the Duke of Buckingham, Raleigh was released from the Tower in March 1615, and obtained permission to follow up his long-cherished scheme of establishing a colony in Guiana, and working a gold mine, of which he had ascertained the existence and situation. The results of this disastrous voyage must be shortly given. Raleigh sailed March 28, 1617, and reached the coast of Guiana in November following. Being himself disabled by sickness from proceeding farther, he dispatched a party to the mine under the command of Captain Keymis, an officer who had served in the former voyage to Guiana. But during the interval which had elapsed since Raleigh's first discovery of that country, the Spaniards had extended their settlements into it, and in particular had built a town called Santa Thome in the immediate neighborhood of the mine in question. James, with his usual duplicity, while he authorized the expedition, revealed every particular connected with it to the Spanish ambassador. The English, therefore, were expected in the Orinoco, and preparation had been made for repelling them by force. Keymis and his men were unexpectedly attacked by the garrison of Santa Thome, and a sharp contest ensued, in which the English gained the advantage and burnt the town. In this action, Raleigh's eldest son was killed. The Spaniards still occupied the passes to the mine, and after an unsuccessful attempt to dislodge them, Keymis abandoned the enterprise and returned to the ships. Raleigh's correspondence expresses in affecting terms his grief and indignation at this double misfortune, the loss of a brave and promising son, and the destruction of the hopes which he had founded on this long-cherished adventure. On his return to England, he found himself marked out for a victim to appease the resentment of the Spanish court, to which he had long been an object of fear and hatred. His conduct abroad had already been closely scrutinized in the hope of finding some act of piracy or unauthorized aggression against Spain, for which he might be brought to trial. Both these hopes failing, and his death, in compliment to Spain, being resolved on, it was determined to carry into effect the sentence passed 15 years before, from which he had never been legally released, and a warrant was accordingly issued to the judges, requiring them to order execution. He insisted on the nature of his late commission, and on that plea being overruled, submitted with his usual calmness and dignity. The execution, with indecent haste, was ordered to take place on the following morning. In this last stage of life, his greatness of mind shone with even more than its usual luster. Calm and fearless without bravado, his behavior and speech expressed the piety and resignation of a Christian, with the habitual coolness of one who has braved death too often to shrink at its approach. His farewell to his faithful wife was manly, tender, and most affecting. The accounts of his deportment on the scaffold effectually refute the charges of irreligion and atheism, which some writers have brought against him, unless we make up our minds to believe him an accomplished hypocrite. He spoke at considerable length, and his dying words have been faithfully reported. They contained a denial of all the serious offenses laid to his charge, and express his forgiveness of those even who had betrayed him under the mask of friendship. After delivering this address and spending some time in prayer, he laid his head on the block, and breathing a short private prayer, gave the signal to the executioner. Not being immediately obeyed, he partially raised his head and said, "What dost thou fear? Strike, man!" and underwent the fatal blow without shrinking or alteration of position. He died in his 66th year. Raleigh sat in several parliaments and took an active part in the business of the House. His speeches, preserved in the journals, are said by Mr. Tytler to be remarkable for an originality and freedom of thought far in advance of the time. His expression was varied and animated, and his powers of conversation remarkable. His person was dignified and handsome, and he excelled in bodily accomplishments and martial exercises. He was very fond of paintings and of music, and in literature as in art, he possessed a cultivated and correct taste. He was one of those rare men who seem qualified to excel in all pursuits alike, and his talents were set off by an extraordinary laboriousness and capacity of application. As a navigator, soldier, statesman, and historian, his name is intimately and honorably linked with one of the most brilliant periods of British history. End of section number 35. Recording by Dave Harrell, Rock Hill, South Carolina.
Section 36 of Great Men and Famous Women, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Greg Giordano. Great Men and Famous Women, Volume 1, by Charles F. Horne. Section 36. Miles Standish, by Elbridge S. Brooks. 1584 to 1656. 300 years ago, the House of Standish was a notable one in England. The family had numerous possessions. Their Lancashire estate of Duxbury Hall, in the shadow of Rivington Pike, in the Pennine Hills, was pleasant and extensive, and there they had lived for generations, as there they live today. Of this Lancashire home was that John Standish, squire to the king, who killed Wat Tyler, the agitator, on that memorable June day of 1381, when the boy king of England, Richard II., so pluckily faced his rebellious subjects on the plain of Smithfield. Of it was that Sir John Standish who fought under the leopard banner of King Edward at the stone mill of Cressy, and of it was that gallant soldier Miles Standish, the Puritan captain, the first commissioned military officer of New England, famous in American history, song and story, as the stay and bulwark of the Pilgrims of Plymouth in their days of struggle and beginning. Miles Standish, or Miles as the old spelling has it, was born in Lancashire, presumably in the family manor house of Duxbury Hall, in the year 1584. The story of his life is simple. The absolute facts upon which it is based are meagre, but enough is known to warrant the assertion that Miles Standish was heir to the name and estates of the Standishes of Lancashire, from which, by some device not on record, he was, as he sturdily maintained in his will, surreptitiously defrauded. At the beginning of the 17th century, the provinces of the Netherlands were battling for life against the tyranny of Spain. The Protestant Elizabeth of England gave help and support to the Protestant Stadtholder Maurice, and many of her fighting men carried pike or arquebus at the sack of Cadiz, fought at Newport and Ostend, or served the guns in the great sea fight off Gibraltar that, in 1607, broke the power of Spain. Among these fighting men was young Miles Standish, and he fought so stoutly and to such good purpose that, before he was 21, he had attained the rank and title of captain, and was known to Englishmen in the Low Countries as a brave and gallant soldier. In 1609 came the 12 years' truce between tired Spain and not less wearied Holland, that gave way in 1621 to the stubborn and bloody 30 Years' War. It was probably in the early years of this truce that Captain Miles Standish, a born fighter, went back to England to battle for his heritage. Not being the match for the law men in England that he was for Spanish dons in Holland, he was forced to retire from the unequal contest, defeated but not conquered. This belief in his rights to the inheritance of the Standishes he sturdily maintained to the last. For, dying 40 years after in the new land his sword had helped to conquer, and his wisdom to found, he left by his last will and testament unto his son and heir Alexander, Ormistic, Bonsconge, Brethington, Maudesley, and the estates in the Isle of Man, none of which he nor his descendants were ever to occupy or hold. It was after this unsuccessful struggle for his heritage that he crossed again to Holland, and for some cause not apparent, perhaps his disgust at English law, perhaps the attractions of one who, later, became Mistress Rose Standish, may supply the motive, settled among the self-exiled English folk in Leyden, who, because of religious differences with the established church, had left their English homes, and, calling themselves pilgrims because of their wanderings, had made a settlement in the Dutch city of Leyden, fair and beautiful, and of a sweet situation. Although not of the religious faith and following of the Pilgrims of Leyden, indeed the story runs that the fiery little captain had been, at one time, a Romanist, he must have been settled among them for years, for, on the eve of their emigration to America, we find him as one of their leaders, accepted and commissioned as the military adviser of the colonists. The time of his life in Leyden was one of religious unrest in Europe, and in Holland, during that 12 years' truce with Spain, the theological disputes between Calvinists and Arminians ran so high as to bring John of Barneald to the scaffold, and to drive Grotius the scholar into exile. These days of stern dispute may have had their influence on the sturdy English soldier living in the midst of Dutch life and Dutch disputations, and made him lean to the side of Puritanism, even if never openly avowing it as his religious faith. It is indeed a singular fact that the mainstay and chief protector of the first Puritan colonists of America was neither of their communion nor of their connection, and is openly censured by Puritan writers as one who, so says Hubbard, had been a soldier in the Low Countries, and had never entered the school of our Savior Christ or of John the Baptist. But his companions and associates seem not to have permitted the disassociation to have a special weight with him. They gladly welcomed Captain Standish and his wife Rose among the little company of exiles that set out from the Delft haven for Virginia, and gave their place on that memorable passenger list of the little schooner Mayflower, which, leaving the harbor of Old Plymouth in England in September 1620, finally dropped anchor in the harbor of New Plymouth in New England in December following. From the outset of this novel adventure, itself a turning point in American history, this soldier of fortune was given place and prominence in the councils of a community which seems to have enlisted his support, not so much on its religious as on its adventurous side, and to this dissenter from dissent, was entrusted the defense of a company of religious enthusiasts, sailing upon what they deemed a divine mission, only in the practical side of which did their military adviser find occupation or interest. The upbringing of Miles Standish had been such as to fit him for leadership, and this he assumed early in the history of the enterprise. Even on the deck of the Mayflower he was recognized as one whose counsels were wise and whose actions were inspiring, and when in the cabin of the Mayflower, in the harbor of Provincetown, the famous compact was drawn up, said to be the first written constitution in the world, the bold signature of Miles Standish was the clearest of the 41 Pilgrim autographs that were affixed to that famous document. It was Captain Standish who, with his 16 well-armed men, made a thorough exploration of the Provincetown peninsula. He organized and headed the party of observation, which, later, sailed the shallop and marched with watchful eyes along the shores of Cape Cod, seeking the best place for settlement, and on December 6th following, he sailed with the picked party across Massachusetts Bay, and in much peril and with many adventures, spied out the land and determined upon the harbor of Plymouth as the best spot for permanent settlement. It was to Captain Standish's knowledge as to the best locations and to his skill as a surveyor that the colonists were indebted for the selection of their town site and the laying out of their town, as later the same skill came in play when were laid out the new towns that followed after the Plymouth beginnings. Through all that dreary and dreadful first winter, when half their number died, Captain Standish was their mainstay, as one whose word was ever reassuring, and whose arm was as ready for protection as was his brain for planning methods of defense. Though his wife, Mistress Rose Standish, was one of the early victims of that bitter winter of death, his courage never faltered, his vigilance never slackened. And when, in the midst of all the peril and suffering, in February 1621, Miles Standish was appointed military captain of the colony, confidence was restored, and courage renewed in the bosoms of that suffering but heroic and indomitable band, so that when spring came and the Mayflower sailed for England, not one of the settlers returned in her, nor would desert the cause to which they had pledged themselves. It is customary to credit the final success of the Pilgrims of Plymouth to the religious element that held sway over them, making them patient, persistent, uncompromising, faithful, and earnest. But the wisdom of Carver, the genius of Bradford, the fervor of Brewster, the zeal of Winslow, would have been of small avail had they not been backed by the decision, the resolution, the courage, the constancy, and the forethought of their brave captain, Miles Standish. The John Smith of New England, as he had been called, the man of helpful measures and of iron nerves, who could hew down forests and live on crumbs. From first to last he was the loyal supporter and trusty defender of the Plymouth colony. No danger unnerved him, no duty staggered him. With but 8 men he started out, in 1623, to overawe and subdue the Indians of Massachusetts, then an unknown and perplexing quantity. Single-handed he checked the conspiracy at Weymouth, and turned the tables upon the savage plotters, by himself assassinating the assassins, a deed that saved the colony from Indian massacre, but called forth the mild protest of the Pilgrim preacher at Leyden, Mr. Robinson, who wrote of it, "Concerning the killing of these poor Indians, oh, how happy a thing had it been if you had converted some before you had killed any. Let me be bold to exhort you seriously to consider the disposition of your captain, whom I love. There is cause to fear that by occasion, especially of provocation, there may be wanting in him that tenderness of the life of man which is meet." But the Pilgrims of Plymouth seem not to have questioned the decisive measures of the man who knew when and how to act in their defense. Alone he faced the roistering Morton at Merrymount, unarming that vaporing rebel, and putting his riotous colony upon its good behavior. He led out the 40 men of Plymouth, enlisted for the Pequot War, headed the expedition that in 1635 sailed against the encroaching French in Penobscot Bay, and as late as 1653, when very ancient and full of dolorous pains, expressed himself as ready to take the command entrusted to him when the colony forces were about to enter upon a struggle for the rights of occupation of the Connecticut country with the Dutch colonists of Manhattan. He never refused any burden however heavy, nor shirked any duty however onerous. He cheerfully yielded obedience to the civil power, never exceeding his orders, nor rashly assuming responsibilities, nor leading his men upon unwise ventures. While always the military commander of the colony, his counsel and help were counted as equally valuable in matters of administration, He served repeatedly as one of the governor's council. He was at one time assistant governor or deputy, and from 1644 to 1649 was treasurer of the Plymouth colony. He went to England as the envoy of the colonists in 1625, and in the midst of plague, of evil times, and of bitter jealousies, withstood the tyranny of the London traders who owned the Pilgrim's labor, and braving both heavy debt and the possibility of censure, bought out the traders' rights in the name of his associates. The personal descriptions of this remarkable man that have come down to us show him as a man of small stature, quick-tempered, choleric, sturdy, and bluff. As a little chimney is soon fired, wrote the Puritan historian Hubbard, so was the Plymouth captain, a man of very little stature, yet of a very hot and angry temper. And yet his relations with such men as the noble Bradford, the blameless Brewster, the politic Winslow, are so close and of so personal a character that one can hardly accept unquestioningly the story of his hot and unreasoning temper. He was a soldier and a fighter, but he loved peace and quiet, and his life was full of friendly offices and of kindly deeds. On Nantasket Beach he built the first house of refuge and life-saving station in America. He was a gentle nurse in the winter of sickness, a friend and adviser to those in trouble or distress, a loving father in the days when parents were not unfrequently tyrants, and a forgiving spirit, as the old story of his famous courtship, with sufficient foundation to warrant its acceptance, amply proves. The communism of the early Pilgrim days gave place in time to personal possessions, and, as the colony grew, certain of those who had been leaders desired more extended holdings. Captain Standish was one of these, and despite his friend Bradford's protests, he moved across the bay and in 1632 occupied a large and fertile stretch north of Plymouth, to which, still clinging to his old claim of a stolen heritage, he gave the name of Duxbury. Here in the midst of peaceful pursuits, but ever ready to obey the colony's call for counsel or for leadership, he lived for over 20 years, dying October 3, 1656, at the age of 72. A notable figure in American history, Miles Standish is a type of that mingled spirit of adventure, liberty, and distrust that impelled emigration across the sea, and combined with the uncompromising stand for freedom of conscience, founded and upbuilt the Pilgrim colony of Plymouth. His existence among these pilgrims is in itself an anomaly, but is one of those strange associations and unfaltering friendships that have left their mark for good upon the world since the days when the Roman fighting man stood staunchly by the side of the Christian proselyte, even to the death. Tradition says that Miles Standish was buried between two pointed stones in the graveyard of South Duxbury, but the question of his burial place is still unsettled. The tall shaft, rising from the crest of Captain's Hill in Duxbury, and surmounted with the statue of the famous colonial captain, fitly commemorates a life that has won a place in the American heart that only grows stronger and more enduring as time goes on. End of section 36. Recording by Greg Giordano. Newport Richey, Florida.
Section 37 of Great Men and Famous Women, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, go to LibriVox.org. Recording by Mary Schneider. Great Men and Famous Women by Charles F. Horne. Albrecht von Wallenstein by Henry G. Hewlett, 1583 to 1634. The declaration of the great founder of Christianity, that he came not to bring peace but a sword, receives its completest justification in the history of Europe during the 16th and 17th centuries. Ignorant of the constitution of the human mind, and blind to the absurdity of attempting to enforce opinion, the adherents of the old and of the reformed faith during these 200 years scarcely sheathed their swords. The offenders, it is just to say, were generally, but by no means invariably, the Catholics, and the retaliation of the Protestants was seldom inferior in ferocity to the offense received. The 30 Years' War was the bloodiest, as happily it was the last, scene in this great religious tragedy. The greatest Catholic leader of this period was Wallenstein. After a term of peace, consequent on the Diet of Augsburg in 1555, which secured toleration to Protestantism in Germany, Persecution recommenced in 1578 under the weak Emperor Rudolf II. His cousin Ferdinand, Duke of Styria, a pupil of the Jesuits, was the most deadly foe of Protestantism, which had taken deepest root in Bohemia and Transylvania. The incapacity and bigotry of the emperor at last provoked his subjects to bring about his deposition, and in 1610 he was forced to abdicate in favor of his brother Matthias. He, though himself tolerant, unwisely committed the government to Ferdinand, whose tyranny in ordering the destruction of the Protestant churches in Bohemia led to the expulsion of his officers and the Jesuits in May 1618, and the commencement of the 30 Years' War. Matthias died in the following year, and Ferdinand was elected emperor. In 1619, the name of Wallenstein first became prominent. Albrecht von Wallenstein, as he was properly called, was the third son of a Bohemian baron of old family, and was born in September 1583. As a boy, he displayed signs of a singularly proud and independent temper, and foreshadowed his bent by the delight which he took in the society of military men. His family was Protestant, but having lost his parents when quite young, he was educated by the wish of his guardians at the Jesuit college of Olmütz, and soon changed his faith. In Italy, where he next studied, he made great advances in mathematics, law, languages, and the delusive science of astrology, in which he was a firm believer ever afterward. On his return to Germany, he fought in the imperial army against the Turks who invaded Hungary. He had considerable estates in Bohemia, which were increased by his marriage in 1606 with a rich Moravian widow who died in 1614 and left him her property. In the peaceful occupation of farming he spent several years, and acquired great wealth by his skill and economy. In 1617 he took part in a campaign against the Republic of Venice, with which Ferdinand had quarreled, and on the termination of the war in the same year was ennobled as count. The lavish generosity of Wallenstein during this war greatly endeared him to the army. Such was his popularity that in 1619, on the Bohemian Revolution breaking out, he was offered by the insurgents the command of their army, although a Catholic. But he steadily refused the offer, and warmly espoused the imperial cause, upon which the Bohemians confiscated his estates. He, however, soon retrieved his fortunes by a second rich marriage and the favor of the emperor. The Bohemians, under their heroic leaders, the Counts von Mansfeld and Thurn, ventured to march upon Vienna and threatened Ferdinand in his capital, but Wallenstein, on June 10, 1619, gained a signal victory over their army and saved his master's throne. In the following year, the Bohemians and Hungarians formally renounced their allegiance, the former setting up Frederick, Elector Count Palatine of the Rhine, as their king, and the latter Bethlen Gabor, Prince of Transylvania. Frederick, who was the son-in-law of James I of England, was as unfit to govern as his father-in-law, and spent his time in a frivolous parade of his rank. He obtained but doubtful support from the Protestant princes in Germany, who were jealous of his popularity. Ferdinand, assisted by Spain and other Catholic powers, sent a large force into Bohemia under the command of Maximilian, Duke of Bavaria, and totally routed Frederick's army at Prague, the king fleeing to Breslau and thence to Holland. The Palatinate was then declared forfeited to the empire, and was devastated by the Spanish commander Spinola. Wallenstein, during this campaign, spent his treasures in the imperial cause with the utmost readiness and liberality, and obtained as a reward the lordship of Friedland, which brought him a large revenue. To this he added by the purchase of several forfeited estates in Bohemia, and thus became possessed of immense wealth. In 1621-23 he distinguished himself by defeating Bethlen Gabor, the new king of Hungary, and forcing him to surrender his claim to the crown. For this service Wallenstein was created Duke of Friedland. A cruel persecution of the Protestants in Bohemia and Silesia dishonored the emperor's success, and the attempt of his officers in Austria to suppress Lutheranism by force produced a revolution in 1625. It was put down by the energy of Tilly and Pappenheim, two of the greatest generals of their day. The Count von Mansfeld gallantly upheld the Protestant cause in Westphalia and other parts of Germany, but was defeated by Tilly, who imposed Catholicism upon all the revolted provinces. In their despair, the German Protestants applied for aid to their northern brethren. Gustavus Adolphus, the young and brave King of Sweden, an ardent champion of the Reformed faith, and Christian, King of Denmark, responded to their appeal, the latter immediately invading the empire. The imperial finances being considerably reduced by the war, Ferdinand was glad to avail himself of an offer made at this crisis by Wallenstein to levy an army at his own cost. This offer was abundantly fulfilled. In a few months an army of 30,000 men was collected as if by magic. Wallenstein was enviously suspected of being in league with the devil, but the secret of his sway was the fascination of his bold and generous nature. He maintained at once thorough toleration and strict discipline in his ranks. These results, however, were not attained without injustice. Contributions were levied on the most fertile districts, as yet undesolated by war, to the extent, it is said, of $60 million in 7 years. His popularity with the army procured him the jealousy of Tilly, who in the campaign of 1625-26 outrivaled him by successfully combating the invasion of Christian and his Danish forces and driving them beyond the Elbe. Wallenstein, nevertheless, in the following campaign won his laurels, both as a statesman and a general, by his intrigues and conquests. Displaying the greatest ardor in the cause of the empire, he attempted to render it an absolute despotism. After routing Count Mansfeld on the Elbe, he marched into Hungary and defeated the united armies of the Count and Bethlehem Gabor. Christian of Denmark, having assembled a new army in 1628, Wallenstein marched to meet it, and by a series of brilliant successes recaptured all the towns garrisoned by the Danes, and forced the king to sue for peace. At the Congress of Lubeck in May 1629, this was accorded on favorable terms to Denmark. Wallenstein during these campaigns astonished his compeers and excited their envy by the wondrous rapidity of his movements and the skill with which he surmounted difficulties that seemed insuperable. He was rewarded with the Duchy of Mecklenburg, which was forfeited to the empire by the treason of its former owner. The envious schemes of Tilly and Maximilian, Duke of Bavaria, induced Ferdinand to remove Wallenstein from his rank of commander in 1630. He had hardly withdrawn to his Bohemian estates when Gustavus Adolphus, who had been hitherto prevented from affording active assistance to the Protestant party, landed in Pomerania with a small but highly disciplined army. This illustrious monarch, eminent for virtue and piety, no less than for political wisdom and military skill, was now the sole hope of the Reformation in Germany. The princes who professed its tenets were lukewarm and unready, divided by jealousies among themselves, and careless of all but their own worldly interests. He, on the contrary, was devoted to the cause of his faith, and his solemn disavowal of personal ambition in undertaking its championship is stamped with sincerity. He soon commenced a career of conquest. New Brandenburg and other districts yielded to his arms, and he formed an alliance with France, now under the sway of Cardinal Richelieu, which the emperor had vainly negotiated to prevent. The rich city of Magdeburg declared for him, and was accordingly besieged by Tilly. The selfishness of the Lutheran leaders, the electors of Brandenburg and Saxony, in not responding to the appeal of the Protestants in the city, led to its fall in 1631, before Gustavus could reach it. The most atrocious cruelties were perpetrated by the Catholics at the sack, no consideration of age or sex availing to prevent the massacre, which lasted for 2 days, and extended to 30,000 of the inhabitants. This monstrous crime was severely avenged by the indignant Gustavus. He forced the electors of Brandenburg and Saxony to render him assistance, and with an augmented army hesitated not to give battle to Tilly at Leipzig, and defeated him September 7, 1631. The Protestants took courage and joined Gustavus in great numbers. He continued his victorious march, defeating the enemy at Merseburg, capturing Wurzburg, then advancing on the Rhine, and reducing on the way Frankfurt on the Main, Mentz, Spires, Mannheim, and other cities. He next turned to Bavaria, where Tilly and Maximilian entrenched themselves at Rain on the Lech. The former was killed by a cannonball during the siege. In 1632 Gustavus marched through Augsburg, where the citizens did him homage, and besieged Munich, which speedily surrendered. He now threatened to subdue Bavaria and Austria, when his progress was stopped from an unexpected quarter. The emperor, justly mistrusting the loyalty of Maximilian, who was in league with France, now saw himself deprived of his ablest generals, and felt his power failing. He turned to Wallenstein as the only man who could save the empire. That leader was meantime living in retirement, and secretly glad of the success of Gustavus. He refused at first to take the command of the imperial army, and only consented at last on condition of having sole and absolute authority, with the right of disposing as he pleased of his conquests. These humiliating terms were accepted by Ferdinand, and in a few months after the death of Tilly, Wallenstein was in the field with a great and powerful army, raised as before by his own exertions. He drove the Saxons from Bohemia, and thence marched to Leipzig, which capitulated. At Nuremberg, where Gustavus offered him battle, he wisely refused, and for 3 months the two camps remained close to each other, each general trying to exhaust the patience of his adversary, and relying on the destructive effects of famine and pestilence. Gustavus was forced to withdraw after losing 20,000 men, a yet heavier loss none the less having befallen Wallenstein, whose numbers were better able to bear it. Gustavus marched southward, but soon returned to attack Wallenstein, who had moved northward and was pillaging the neighborhood of Leipzig. The two armies met at Lutzen on November 6, 1632. A dense fog shrouded the movements of each side from the other, and created a fearful confusion. Wallenstein ranged his infantry in squares, having a ditch in front, and flanked by his cavalry. Gustavus headed his men and charged the enemy across the ditch, but his own infantry was borne down by the black cuirassiers of Wallenstein, and as he turned to attack them, the thick fog concealed their approach. His horse was wounded, and he himself had his arm broken. In moving off the field he was shot in the back, and falling from his saddle was dragged in the stirrup. He fell into the hands of the cuirassiers, one of whom, as the Swedes came up to the succor of their king, shot him through the head. His corpse was discovered after the battle and honorably buried. The death of their king caused the deepest affliction to the Swedes, but aroused instead of enfeebling their courage. A charge of the Duke of Weimar, one of the Protestant leaders, threw Wallenstein's infantry and cavalry into disorder. An attempt of the imperialist General Pappenheim, who now came up with a reserve to retrieve the battle, was for a time successful. But as the tide of fortune seemed turning against the Swedes, a reserve of their own army made a last desperate charge, carried the ditch which protected Wallenstein's infantry, and won the day, the imperialists fleeing in all directions, and their great leader escaping into Bohemia. This defeat was the death blow to Wallenstein's fortunate career. The Swedes continued to carry on the war successfully under the able minister of Gustavus, Oxenstiern, and the valiant Duke of Weimar. Meantime, Wallenstein, after some slight victories in Saxony and Silesia, remained inactive. He at the same time assumed an air of extreme pride and self-sufficiency, which exasperated his enemies and gave occasion for their slanders. He was accused to Ferdinand of designing to seize the empire, a charge which seemed the more credible on account of an offer having been made by France to assist him in obtaining the Bohemian crown. This proposition, however, he had firmly refused. The emperor's intention of removing him from the command of the army having reached his ears, he declared he would resign, but was persuaded to remain by his officers, who at a great banquet, all with wild and perhaps drunken enthusiasm, signed a promise of inviolable attachment to his person. This too was interpreted by his enemies as a conspiracy against the emperor. His destruction was resolved on by the Duke of Bavaria and others, among whom an Italian mercenary general named Piccolomini was the most perfidious and savage. A plot was formed against him by certain traitors among his own officers, the names of Devereux, Butler, Gordon, and Leslie, to the shame of their nations, appearing in the list. On February 25, 1634, an entertainment was given to the whole body of officers by Gordon, who commanded the castle of Eger, where Wallenstein was residing. He himself, being indisposed, had retired from the table to his chamber. He was roused by loud cries proceeding from the mess room, where his faithful officers were being murdered by the traitors. He opened the window to inquire the cause of the disturbance, when Devereux entered with 30 Irishmen at his back. The cowards shrank at the sight of their great general, standing calm and stern, unarmed, and at their mercy. But Devereux, a callous and brutal soldier, in a moment stepped forward and cried, "Art thou the traitor who wilt ruin the empire?" Wallenstein did not speak, but opened his arms as if to accept the blow which was aimed at his heart. He was slain at the age of 51. His wealth was chiefly shared among his enemies. Though undoubtedly ambitious and intriguing, Wallenstein's alleged treachery to the emperor, whom he kept informed of all his schemes, has never been proved, and by many recent historians is disbelieved. He fell a victim to the jealousy of his rivals, which he augmented by his own pride. His fall, however, reflects lasting disgrace on the character of the Emperor Ferdinand, and was justly avenged by the subsequent humiliation of the German Empire. End of section 37.
Section 38 of Great Men and Famous Women, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Great Men and Famous Women, Volume 1, by Charles F. Horne. Gustavus Adolphus, 1594 to 1632, by Hjalmar Hjorth Boyesen. There is a theory which has much currency nowadays, that the great man, being a product of his century, exerts an influence upon his age which is but vanishing, compared to the influence which the age exerts upon him. The great man is, according to this view, personally of small account, except in so far as the tendencies and ideas which are fermenting in the age find their expression in him. He does not so much shape the events as he is shaped and molded by them. There is scarcely a hero to be found in all the annals of history who is better qualified to refute this theory than the Swedish king Gustavus Adolphus. It would be futile to assert, of course, that he was an isolated phenomenon, who sprang like Jonah's luxuriant gourd out of the arid sands of the desert. No, he had deep and intricate roots in the past of his race and in the soil of his fatherland. But yet, how far are all the influences which we can trace from accounting for the forceful energy, the clear-sighted sagacity, and the dominant genius of the man? As far as we can judge at this distance, his personality was the mightiest element that entered into the denouement of that bloody world-drama, the 30 Years' War. Had he been other than he was, had he been a man of less heroic mold, it would seem that Protestantism must have perished in Central Europe, or been confined, at least, to England and the Scandinavian north. The rights of conscience and individual judgment, for which Luther and his co-reformers had fought so valiantly, would then have succumbed to the power of authority, as embodied in the papacy and the Catholic League, and Germany, after its mighty effort at release, would have lapsed back into the Middle Ages. To few men the opportunity is offered to exercise such a far-reaching influence upon the history of mankind, but fewer still are those who see its full significance, and seeing it, seize it, and without one look behind march into the storm and stress of world-shaping events. Gustavus Adolphus was born December 9th, 1594. He was the son of King Charles IX of Sweden, and the grandson of the renowned Gustavus Vasa. He was a precocious child, and it is told, though it appears rather incredible, that at the age of 12 he spoke Latin, French, German, Dutch, and Italian with great fluency, besides having a superficial acquaintance with Polish and Russian. There can be no doubt, however, that he was well taught, and that he possessed a remarkable facility in acquiring languages. For all that, he was far from being a bookish boy. In riding, fencing, and all chivalrous accomplishments he took a lively interest, and exhibited much skill. It was in stormy times that his boyhood fell, Sweden being at that time involved in frequent wars, and his father, in order to train him in the duties of a military commander, took him early into his camp and made him share his campaigns. Many of the famous captains of that day who had fought in the Low Countries and in France were made welcome at the Swedish court, and the favorite pastime of the young Gustavus was to question them concerning the battles, sieges, and military exploits in which they had been engaged. When Charles IX died in 1611, Gustavus, being then 17 years old, was declared to be of age and succeeded to the throne. There was need of an able and resolute man to cope with the many difficulties which sprang up round about him. In the first place there was one war with Denmark, already raging. The strained relations with Russia and Poland threatened to precipitate two more. Norway, which was then united with Denmark under the same king, was also jealous of Sweden, and the Norwegian peasantry destroyed at Kringelen in Guldbrandsdal an army of Scottish mercenaries under the command of Colonel Sinclair, which was marching to the relief of Gustavus. The Danes had occupied two important Swedish cities, Kalmar and Elfsborg, and being determined to utilize their advantages to the full, repelled all overtures for peace. It was of no avail that Gustavus renounced his title of King of the Laplanders, the assumption of which by his father had been one of the causes of the war. Christian IV of Denmark continued to push hostilities with unflagging vigor, and several battles were fought with varying fortunes. In 1612 he set sail with a fleet of 36 vessels for Stockholm, intending to capture the city. The Swedish fleet, being much inferior in numbers, was forced to retire under shelter of the fortress of Waxholm, which guards the access to the capital. In this dire dilemma, Gustavus strained every nerve to avert the threatened disaster. With a small force, chiefly of Dalecarlians, he marched day and night, and hastened to Waxholm, in the hope of surprising the Danish fleet which had been detained by adverse winds. But the enemy, being probably informed of his approach, saw that their opportunity for capturing the capital was gone, and returned again to their own coast. Negotiations were now resumed, and peace was concluded in 1613. The Danes were to surrender Kalmar immediately, and Elfsborg at the end of 6 years, the Swedes agreeing to pay a war indemnity of 1,000,000 thalers. The war with Russia, which Gustavus had inherited from his father, had of late been in a state of suspension. The Swedes had occupied a large amount of Russian territory, in which were several strong fortresses. In the confusion which reigned as to the succession, after the extinction of the ancient house of Rurik, there was a capital chance of fishing in troubled waters. A strong party in Russia desired to elect a Swedish prince as sovereign, and actually sent an embassy to Stockholm to offer the throne to Charles Philip, a younger brother of Gustavus. But the king did not favor this plan. For 4 years he continued the war and secured important advantages. But what was more valuable than territorial gains, he acquired a wide experience in strategy and the conduct of campaigns, a habit of dealing promptly with large questions, and a sharpened judgment of men. In February 1617, the Treaty of Peace was signed, Russia ceding to Sweden a large territory on the east of the Baltic. Gustavus was now in a position to prosecute with greater energy the war with Poland. Sigismund III of Poland was the only son of King John III of Sweden, and was, therefore, as a scion of the ancient royal house, the legitimate heir to the Swedish throne. But in the first place he was a Catholic, and in the second place the House of Vasa had by force of arms and with the support of the people successfully asserted its right to the crown which Gustavus I had won. After repeated extensions of the armistice which by common consent prevailed, the King of Sweden resumed hostilities in July 1621, and the war raged with varying success until September 1629, when another armistice was concluded for 6 years. The chief result of this exhausting warfare was the stipulation which was agreed to, that liberty of conscience should be granted to Protestants and Catholics, and that the commerce between Poland and Sweden was declared free. The renown of these wars, 2 of which had been brought to a triumphant issue, spread far over Europe, and the Protestant princes of Germany became aware that there was a great military captain of their own faith in the Scandinavian north. They were at that time sorely oppressed, the success of the imperial arms under Tilly and Wallenstein seeming to threaten the very existence of the reformed faith. The Emperor Ferdinand II was carrying everything with a high hand after the defeat of King Christian IV of Denmark, who, with more courage than success, had undertaken to champion the Protestant cause. It was in this desperate strait that all eyes turned toward the young King of Sweden. An appeal was sent to him for aid in the name of their common religion, and Gustavus, after a brief hesitation, accepted the call. He had long watched with deep concern the war of devastation by which Wallenstein and the scarcely less terrible Tilly were seeking to destroy the fruits of the Reformation, and it is said that he had a clear presentiment that sooner or later he would be drawn into the struggle. Leaving his domestic affairs in the hands of his friend, the Chancellor Oxenstiern, he embarked in June, 1630, with a force of but 15,000 men, for Germany, and landed on Midsummer Day on the island of Usedom, on the coast of Pomerania. The Emperor Ferdinand professed to be much amused when he heard that Gustavus Adolphus had invaded his dominions. "So we have got another kingling on our hands," he exclaimed mockingly. He was far from foreseeing what trouble he was to have for 18 years to come in getting that kingling and his troops off his hands. Gustavus was the first to step upon the German soil at the disembarkation, and in the sight of all his army he fell upon his knees and prayed for the blessing of God upon the vast enterprise which had been confided to him. As he arose from his prayer, he seized a spade and began instantly the work upon the entrenchments of the camp. If his troops were few in number, it is not to be denied that they were excellent in quality. Many were hardened veterans from the king's earlier campaigns. Among his recently acquired mercenaries there was a Scotch brigade, from which he drew many of his best officers. We hear much during the following years of Hepburn, Seaton, Leslie, Mackay, and Monroe, whose names betray their Caledonian origin. You would have supposed now that the Protestant princes, having secured the aid of Gustavus, would have made haste to identify themselves with his cause and to reinforce him with money and troops. But, strange to relate, no sooner had he landed than they began to grow afraid of him and to ask themselves whether they might not, after all, be able to make more tolerable terms with the emperor by the sacrifice of their religion than with this foreign invader who, if he was victorious, might dictate his own terms. Had they not, in other words, jumped from the frying pan into the fire? The two princes who had hitherto been the most prominent champions of Protestantism in Germany, though both half-hearted and pusillanimous shufflers, were Gustavus's brother-in-law, the Elector of Brandenburg, and the Elector of Saxony. They were now doing their best to wriggle out of their obligations, and by a shameful neutrality avert the emperor's displeasure. But they had reckoned without their host if they supposed that Gustavus would lend himself to such a scheme. The reply which he gave to Herr von Wilmersdorf, who had been sent to him by the Elector to urge an armistice, was refreshingly plain, while the argument which accompanied it was completely unanswerable. When, nevertheless, the Elector continued to resort to shilly-shallying and all sorts of ambiguous tactics, Gustavus lost his patience, marched his army to the gates of Berlin, and compelled him to make his choice of party once for all. The treaty of alliance was then signed, on the Elector's part reluctantly and with a heavy heart, for these two brothers-in-law were so vastly different that it was scarcely to be expected that they would be congenial. Gustavus, though he was not without personal ambition, was fired with noble zeal for the Protestant cause, and believed it worthy of any sacrifice, however great, while the Elector was only bent on saving his own precious skin and extricating himself with the least possible damage from the dangerous situation in which he had been caught. With the same promptness with which he had brought his brother-in-law of Brandenburg to terms, Gustavus forced the hand of the Elector of Saxony, who now overcame his scruples and sent him the needed reinforcements. An imperial army of 40,000 men, under the command of an Italian adventurer named Torquato Conti, had been sent against him immediately on his landing in Pomerania, but no battle had been fought. And beyond laying waste the country, the imperialists had so far accomplished nothing. The emperor, who predicted that the Snow King would melt under the rays of the imperial sun, became alarmed at his successes and selected Tilly to stay his southward advance. This able and experienced general promptly assumed the command of the forces of the Catholic League, and in order to strike terror into the hearts of the Protestant princes, sacked and pillaged the city of Magdeburg in Lower Saxony, giving it over, without restraint, to devastation and ruin by the brutal soldiery. The horrors which were here enacted beggar description, and leave a hideous stain upon the page of history. Tilly himself, in announcing his success to the emperor, wrote, "Since the destruction of Troy and Jerusalem never has such a siege been seen." Gustavus had indeed come too late to relieve Magdeburg, but the report of the unspeakable atrocities which that unhappy city had witnessed fired his generous heart with wrath and an eager determination to punish a general so devoid of humanity, and the opportunity was soon to present itself. Advancing rapidly into Saxony, he met Tilly on the plains of Breitenfeld, near Leipzig, September 7, 1631, and not only defeated him, but utterly annihilated his army, scattering it like dust before the storm. He was now, until a new army could be raised, master of all Germany. Nothing apparently could have hindered him from marching on Vienna and dictating to the emperor his own terms of peace. It has been, and is yet, a matter of speculation, why Gustavus did not relentlessly follow up the results of this great victory, instead of going into winter quarters and affording Ferdinand and the discomfited princes of the League a chance of recovering from their utter demoralization? The answer is, no doubt, that he did not feel himself strong enough to lay siege to Vienna without covering his rear and securing his base of supplies. He had always, like the good general he was, been careful to keep open a possible line of retreat. For the moment he was indeed irresistible. At Merseburg 2,000 imperialists were cut to pieces. Cities opened their gates to receive him. The Protestant population, in their ecstasy at his victories, were ready to worship him as a demigod. Proceeding southward to Nuremberg and Munich, he was met again by Tilly at the river Lech, where a brief battle was fought. Gustavus was again victorious, and Tilly lost his life. This feat of crossing the Lech in the face of a hostile force is by military experts regarded as the greatest strategic feat of Gustavus. In the meanwhile the emperor had not been idle. There was but one man whose name was potent enough to summon an army adequate for so perilous a situation, and that man was Albrecht von Wallenstein. He was himself, too, fully aware of his preciousness, and the terms which he exacted of Ferdinand were hard, not to say extortionate. Ferdinand II, however, had no choice but to accept them. It was not long before Gustavus became aware that Wallenstein, with an army which seemed to have risen out of the ground, was moving in his rear, resolved apparently to cut him off from his communication with Sweden. He had no alternative then but to return northward to face this new enemy. On the field of Lutzen in Saxony they met, November 6, 1632. A thick mist covered the battlefield, and both armies tarried with the attack in the hope that it would lift. Toward noon, however, Gustavus made a brief address to his soldiers and knelt in prayer before them, whereupon all sang Luther's hymn, "Our God, he is a fortress strong." Then the signal was given for the attack. The army of Gustavus, including his German allies, numbered from 20 to 25,000, and the Imperialists about 30,000. The king, who suffered from an imperfectly healed wound which he had received in the Polish War, found it painful to wear a cuirass, and on the morning of the day of Lutzen refused to put it on. "God is my armor," he said, and mounted his horse. It was this sublime confidence in divine providence which led him perhaps to expose himself overmuch. He led the attack in person. Before the battle was far advanced, a report reached him that his left wing was wavering. With prompt resolution he started across the field, but, mistaking the direction of the fog, found himself in the midst of a detachment of imperial cuirassiers. A pistol shot pierced his arm, but he still pressed on. Growing faint from pain and loss of blood, he turned to one of the German princes who accompanied him and said, "Cousin, lead me out of this tumult, for I am hurt." But scarcely had he spoken, when a second shot hit him between the soldiers, and he fell from his horse, dead. The rumor instantly spread through the Swedish army that the king had been taken prisoner. The troops rushed like an avalanche upon the Imperialists, who wavered and gave way. In the end the victory was claimed by both sides, the advantage remaining, however, with the Swedes. Gustavus Adolphus was a man of handsome appearance, tall of stature, and of most impressive presence. He was hot-tempered, but at the same time kindly, generous, and affable. He possessed all the qualities required of a military leader, and has justly been accounted one of the world's greatest generals. He was 38 years old at the time of his death. Having no son, he was succeeded on the Swedish throne by his daughter Christina. End of Section 38, and End of Great Men and Famous Women, Volume 1, by Charles F. Horne.